All set. All right. Well, good morning. I want to call to order this meeting of the Legislative Citizen Commission on Minnesota Resources. I'm Rita Albrecht, Citizen Co-Chair. We're meeting in a hybrid situation today. We have some members here at the Capitol and some online. We are also streaming on YouTube, I believe.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I don't think you're hitting your microphone as good as you could, so.
I have it on, but is that better?
I think it is a little better,
Thank you for that.
close as you can.
Thank you for that. This one isn't quite as hot as some of the rest of them around the room, which is maybe good for the chair, right? So to start us off, I'm going to ask staff to do our roll call, please.
Albrecht.
Albrecht present.
Albrecht present. Per
present.
present. Jordan.
Jordan present.
Jordan present. Beeman.
Beeman present.
Beeman present. Faber.
Faber present.
Faber present. Fisher.
Fisher present.
Present. Green.
Here.
Green present. Hedstrom.
Hedstrom present.
Present. Heinzman.
Present.
Heinzman present. Langseth.
Langseth present.
Langseth present. Lilly.
Lily present.
Lilly present. McEwen. McEwen.
McEwen present.
McEwen present. Moore is excused. Putnam. Putnam.
I believe Putnam is excused as well.
He what?
I believe is excused until 10:30.
Reese.
He's present.
Reese present. Putnam is excused. Scrabba. Scrabba. Westrom.
Present.
Westrom present. Currently, there are 14 members present.
Thank you. Having established a quorum, we'll proceed. The next item on our agenda is to approve minutes for June 11 and June 24, 25, 26, and 27. So the chair would entertain a motion from any member to approve those that was at all those meetings. Is there anyone who would like to make that motion?
I move.
I have a motion from Senator Hur to approve. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
That motion carries. Thank you. The next item on our agenda, number 3, is members report potential conflicts of interest regarding today's business. There is a chart in your materials that helps members remind them which projects they have a conflict with and also our policy. Is there anyone that would like to proclaim? I see Commissioner Reese.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to declare a conflict of interest on 2026-168, integrating biological carbon capture, and 329, making solar work for Minnesota dairy farms.
Thank you. Anyone else? Commissioner Hedstrom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to declare a conflict of interest with 2026-318, United in Responding to CWD in Minnesota.
Thank you. And I see Langseth, Commissioner Langseth online.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to declare conflict of interest with project 2026-396. It's the groundwater protection program. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to defer to staff. Becca?
And Madam Chair, in Commission Member Moore's absence, I want to announce a conflict of interest on his behalf for 2026-318 and 2026-436.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to declare conflict of interest? Seeing no hands raised, we'll move on from that. Did you have any other comments about that, Director Nash?
Madam Chair, thank you. I think not with the conflict of interest, but did want to mention, we usually do announce at the beginning of the meeting any public testimony that's been requested. And so I want to let you know that we have received written public testimony from Dr. Tiffany Wolf related to agenda item number 8, allocations. And that letter is posted and provided as a handout in the public testimony section of the agenda. She and her colleague, Mark Schwabenlander, are also here now, and they will be here during agenda item 8 in case there are any questions that you have related to that testimony. We have also received 2 additional letters of support for the United in Responding to CWD in Minnesota proposal. And those letters are linked on lines 4 and 5 of the proposal support letters document that is also posted under public testimony. We also included in that document links from all other support letters that we have received since the RFP closed, though the list has been reduced to only those that advance to the presentation stage. And the same goes for the letters of concern document.
Thank you. I will just note that Representative Skraba has entered the meeting and can be added to the roll. Commissioner Reese.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question regarding the new conflict of interests that were identified. How does that impact the scoring?
I'm going to ask the staff to respond to that. Ms. Nash.
Madam Chair and members, we are prepared to address that during agenda item 8, if that works for you.
Any other comments or questions? All right, moving on then, we'll move on to item number 4, information on the 2025 session report, and Director Nash will do that.
Great. Members, so we do have the session report. There are 4 documents for this agenda item, 3 of which are in your packets. The 4th is the actual ENRTF funding bill language that was passed this legislative session. And because it's such a big document, we only printed out a couple copies, and we can route this if you'd like. And if you want your own printed copy, please let us know. We're happy to provide that. Mr. Campana at a previous meeting already provided a verbal report about the LCCMR related ENRTF funding provisions that were passed during the legislative session. I'll go over just a few additional items that are in the session report document, the first of those 4 documents itself. So first, in addition to the ENRTF funding for LCCMR's recommendations, the legislature also passed ENRTF funding for the new community grants program. This is funding that's made available through the additional 1.5% that can be drawn down from the fund, and that was enabled through the ballot measure in 2024. This program will be administered by the Department of Natural Resources, and the LCCMR does not have a role in it. But you may start to hear about efforts that are being funded with ENRTF that are unrelated to LCCMR, and that will be kind of new for us. For the last 35 years, ENRTF has been about the LCCMR, so just want to put that on your radar. There are also 6 bills introduced during the session that proposed using ENRTF funds for projects not recommended by the LCCMR. And so those are listed in that session report, and none of those bills was passed. There was also a bill that was introduced that would change LCCMR and or ENRTF policy, and that likewise did not pass. Lastly, there were several laws passed dealing with waste, fraud, misuse, and abuse related to state funding. And these address, I'm just going to list off kind of the topics. It addresses thresholds and reporting requirements related to suspected fraud, financial crimes, violation of laws and rules governing state grants, and misuse of public resources and data. They address authority of agencies to withhold funding in the case of suspected fraud and to cancel grant agreements prior to completion if performance is not in the best interest of the state. They create required training for grant management staff, and they prohibit retaliation against state employees for reporting fraud, misuse, and other concerns. I want to thank Mike Campana, especially for his work on this session report, including summarizing those new laws in such a clear and thorough way. And I do want to acknowledge that we're still evaluating the impact and applicability of these new laws to LCCMR. So we can let you know about any of those changes if they do have impact in the future.
Thank you. Any questions for Director Nash on the session report? Seeing none, thank you, Director Nash, for that report. We will move on to the next item, which is an informational presentation. And as the speakers are getting set up there, I'll let Director Nash introduce this topic.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. The commission has approved almost all of the work plans now that were funded through the 2025 session. We have a few more teed up for you to look at this afternoon. But given the timing of that, and especially since we have some new members on the commission, we thought it was a good opportunity to explain a bit about what happens after projects are funded and work plans approved. We know that obviously great work for the natural resources, environment and natural resources begins. But LCCMR's role and the DNR's role actually continues in a significant way. And that is providing oversight for those funds and those projects. I've mentioned before that this oversight work is not always super visible. It happens between meetings, and unless we're bringing something before you, you may not directly see some of that work. Yet it's something that both the LCCMR and our partners at the DNR grants unit spend a significant portion of our time on. It's an important function and important that you know what it entails. So just to set this up a little bit more, it's first helpful to note that Environment and Natural Resources Trust Funds are provided to recipients in two main ways. State agencies and quasi-state agencies such as the University of Minnesota, the Minnesota Zoo, and others all receive their funds through direct appropriation to the agency. That is not something the LCCMR decides. That is just the state's mechanism for funding. But non-state entities such as NGOs, for-profit companies, tribes, federal agencies, and political subdivisions receive their funds through a legislatively directed grant, or what we call a pass-through grant, with the Department of Natural Resources. Throughout the life of the project, and this is a simplified way to explain it, but the LCCMR provides programmatic and budget oversight for all of the funded projects, whether they are funds provided through direct appropriations or through those pass-through grants. But additional fiscal oversight is provided for those pass-through grants to non-state agencies, non-state entities, and that is done by the DNR grant unit. We've provided a handout in your packets that summarizes the oversight of both the DNR and the LCCMR, but we've also invited Catherine Sherman-Hone, who is DNR's grants manager, to provide more information about DNR's fiscal oversight role in ENRTF funded projects through the LCCMR. With that, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director Nash. Good morning and welcome. Please proceed with your presentation, Ms. Sherman-Home.
Thank you, and good morning, Co-Chair Albrecht, Commission members, and staff. For the record, my name is Catherine Sherman-Hone. I am the grants manager for the OMBS, that's Office of Management and Budget Services, Pass-Through Grants Unit at the DNR. And I'll talk today about the work that the DNR does administering trust fund grant programs through the pass-through grants. This presentation to start out, there we go. This presentation to start out, I want to acknowledge that I've taken many of these slides from a presentation developed by the Office of Grants Management as we discuss how we work with statewide policies. The other slides are mostly adapted from my webinar training for grantees every year. So this is information that everyone who works with us on a project gets as well. Just very quickly, the DNR as a whole has about 2,220 active grants a year, give or take about 100 every year, in over about 50 grant programs. So trust fund grants are about 150 of those grants in any given year when you count both new and continuing grants. My unit administers the trust fund grants and also most legacy grants named by the legislature and assigned to the DNR. There are 5 of myself, 2 coordinators and 2 grant specialists, each assigned specific grantees and also areas of expertise. Our role is primarily fiscal administration and compliance. We pay grantees and we monitor them to ensure that they're complying with all of the grant requirements. As you've just heard, and as you already know, the LCCMR handles performance in your work plans and reporting, so we frequently work together on questions and make sure project goals and trust fund requirements are being met. The work my unit does is guided by the Office of Grants Management at the Department of Administration and their grant policies for state agencies. These are their statutes. Those are what give them the authority to make policies for all of the state agencies, as well as set certain requirements. These do apply to the executive branch and not to the LCCMR. The Office of Grants Management was created in 2008 as a way to provide consistency across all of the agency's grant-making activities. They've created minimum requirements across 13 policies. While the OGM sets minimum requirements, the DNR has the ability to add additional controls, either to address requirements specific to funding, like with the trust fund, or as needed depending on the kind of work being done on a grant. But we don't do so lightly. We and all agencies want to make sure any additional requirements add value and address risks unique to the projects and grantees, while being realistic about the capacity of our grantees and ourselves, given our resources. So I'm going to take you quickly through some of the policies most relevant to our work with trust fund grantees at each stage of the grant lifecycle and how we meet them. There are 7 policies that govern the work we do before awarding grants. As the LCCMR handles the RFP process and makes recommendations to the legislature, only a few are relevant to the DNR's work here. The first one is conflict of interest. Both DNR staff and grantees are required to identify actual and potential conflicts of interest, report them, and mitigate the risks to resolve those conflicts as best we can. All DNR grant staff and all grantees complete conflict of interest forms. Over the life of the grants, we update them as needed, and if a conflict is disclosed, we work with the grantee to find appropriate mitigation measures and let LCCMR staff know. The pre-award financial review and grant agreement policies are also relevant to trust fund grants. Pre-award risk assessments are required of most grantees by statute as of the 2023 session. Prior to that, they were required for non-governmental organizations only and other grantees at agency discretion. These risk assessments have to be done before we execute a grant agreement and ask us to consider any risks in making the award, whether the grantee can be successful or needs further supports. We consider past performance history, grantee capacity, controls, and financial information. We are required to review financial information for nonprofits and for-profits. For political subdivisions, we review financial information if their past performance isn't sufficient for us to judge the capacity for the work. Also of note, the statute leaves out tribal governments. We are not required, in fact, I believe cannot do these for tribal governments. We have other processes to work with them. At a minimum, we're required to review internal financial statements, tax documents, or audits, depending on the size and nature of the organization. Our grant agreements, which we do after we've done the pre-award financial review, incorporate the LCCMR's work plans and budgets and spell out terms and conditions for payment, monitoring, liability, audits, and other requirements. In addition to standard Office of Grants Management requirements, the DNR includes several procedural documents. The reimbursement manual lays out our procedures for payment, monitoring, allowable costs, and other topics in greater detail. And Attachment E, as we usually call it, lays out our requirements for land acquisition, which are generally in line with the DNR supplemental guidelines that we use to purchase land ourselves. One of the key differences in trust fund grants versus many other grants is your start dates. Because of your appropriation language, grantees can start working before we execute the grant agreements. However, they can't be paid until they have a fully signed agreement, so this is at some risk to them. Once the grant agreement is executed, we move into the active grant phase and several more policies. Office of Grants Management policy requires the state to make payments on a reimbursement basis for the most part. Any exceptions require LCCMR approval first and are very rare. For each payment request, grantees send us detailed information on the activities they want to be reimbursed for. We also review to make sure all requests are in line with their approved budget. By OGM policy, we cannot pay a request if the grantee is not up to date with their status reporting to you. OGM policies require consistent monitoring, and for most trust fund grants, that means we monitor them annually. As part of that monitoring, we're also required to do a financial reconciliation of expenditures at least once in the grant's life. We actually collect most of this information as part of each payment request. So at monitoring, we only have to ask for a little additional information in order to complete the reconciliation. Grant monitoring visits can be site visits or they can be conducted virtually. We often use Teams because it allows us to share financial information over the screen, to pull up other pertinent information as needed, and to gather project teams who may reside in various parts of the state or might office out of their homes. Whether on-site or virtual, our goal is the same: to make sure we're on the same page about project progress, to make sure grantees are compliant with all the requirements, and also to get a chance to learn more about the project itself and give grantees a chance to get their questions answered, and also let us know if there are things that we can improve on our end. And as I mentioned at the start, and as Director Nash mentioned, trust fund grants are considered legislatively named grants because each of the grantees is named in your appropriations. The Office of Grants Management requires all agencies to manage legislatively named grants with the same level of oversight applied to any state grant, which is what you've seen throughout this presentation. At the end of a grant, the Office of Grants Management requires us to complete a grant closeout evaluation on all grants, which are then used as part of the pre-award process we talked about earlier. For trust fund grants, this closeout evaluation, which we have done in the past consistently, will now be required to be shared on the Department of Administration's website. This is a new statutory requirement of all grants and all agencies as of the 2023 session. And it applies to grants resulting from RFPs that began after April 1st, 2024. So in the trust funds case, those have not completed yet. The DNR has a process in place for our own grants, and we will be working with LCCMR staff as we determine how this will look for trust fund projects. And finally, the DNR tracks key data after a grant is closed and maintains it for 6 years as required by OGM statute. That's so that legislative auditors and anyone else who needs to track back can do so. Our unit also maintains a website with our documents and other information for grantees and anyone else who's interested in understanding our requirements and seeing what grantees do. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you for the opportunity to tell you more about our work, and I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Sherman-Hone. Are there questions from commission members for our presenter? I see Commissioner Reese and then Commissioner Lilly. Commissioner Reese.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's as a unit of the DNR, you're also managing DNR grants. So what kind of firewall do you have in place to address that?
Certainly. So the pass-through grants unit only manages pass-through grants. The DNR's grant programs, those 50 programs, are spread across our divisions and mostly handled by the programmatic divisions, according to which work is being done. I am also the agency-wide grants manager for the unit, so I provide guidance to the other grants units. But the pass-through grant unit very deliberately is separate from the other programmatic divisions, because you'll often see up here subject matter experts from the DNR in various fields talking about giving recommendations, doing direct appropriations. So we don't share a leadership pathway with any of those units until you get to the commissioner's office, so that we're able to be independent in our decisions. And basically, we are therefore able to be independent in our decisions on that.
Commissioner Reese.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So your unit does not oversee DNR pass-through or grants that essentially are passed through to the DNR?
So the direct appropriations from LCCMR, we do not know.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? Commissioner Scriba, Representative Scriba.
Thank you. I didn't know if you wanted Representative Lilly.
He has declined.
Okay.
Thank you.
Kind of to follow up on this question, who does monitor the direct DNR appropriations?
Madam
To
Chair.
the presenter.
Yeah, and Commissioner Scriba, that question I have only limited capacity to answer. It's mostly out of my purview. But I will say in general at the DNR, our internal audit division and our senior managers division, our other divisional leadership teams, our financial and accounting departments, we have a lot of checks and balances that apply to all of that funding.
Representative Scriba.
Thank you, Madam Chair. switching channels, thank you for the answer. Have you ever found where people have misappropriated the money? They've quote criminally taken the money, and what are the consequences if somebody does do that?
To the presenter.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, we've never found that in the LCCMR. We have had, I think, some questions that we have worked with LCCMR staff on that I would defer to Director Nash to answer. But in the cases where we've had questions, actually no money has been dispersed at the time that we had those questions. So we've caught them fairly early on.
Representative Scrabba.
I mean, do you have a plan, a criminal path? I mean, do you turn it over to, if you find it, is there a process for you to, like, I don't think you're quote law enforcement enough, but anyway, thank you.
All right. Did you have any final response?
Yes, we absolutely have a path, not just for our grants unit, but anyone at the DNR. And we work with our internal auditor and with the Office of the Legislative Auditor and the BCA as appropriate.
Thank you. And I see Director Nash would like to maybe weigh in.
Madam Chair, members, and you may have gotten your question answered, but I just wanted to say that we also, LCCMR is also providing that programmatic oversight for those direct appropriations. So for example, we're looking to see what their milestones, activities are being accomplished according to their work plan, that the funds are being spent according to what is budgeted. If they want to change their budget in any way, they have to go through us to get an amendment to their budget. So there is an oversight role beyond the sort of financial control oversight that's handled by the state agency itself. And then just also to let you know, we also are obligated to report any suspected fraud, waste, or abuse to the Office of the Legislative Auditor.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Thank you so much for your presentation. I appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you.
Moving on, our next item on the agenda is information and action, a request to convey an interest in real property acquired with ENRTF funds at Lake Tamarack, the University of Minnesota Landscape Arboretum. I believe that our staff member, Michael Varian, will be helping with this. Would you like to introduce it for us, please?
Chair Albrecht, members of the commission, agenda item 6 includes in your packet the 15-day notice letter sent to the ranking chairs and minority members of the legislative committees and divisions with jurisdiction over the trust fund, and the request letter from the University of Minnesota Landscape Arboretum. Minnesota Statute 116P15 requires that the Legislative Citizen Commission on Minnesota Resources approve before interest in real property or any portion of the interest in real property should not be sold, transferred, pledged, or otherwise disposed of, or further encumbered. The request before you today is to convey to the Board of Water and Soil Resources a perpetual environmental easement on approximately 8 acres of land acquired with trust fund dollars. This easement is the result of impacts from the State Highway 5 Improvement Project in Carver County. The county is required to enhance and protect through a conservation easement held by Bowser, approximately 10 acres of land for habitat to support the rusty patch bumblebee, a listed federally endangered species known to the area. Based on site conditions and habitat needs of the rusty patched bumblebee, 8 of these acres are proposed on the existing 78 acres of land acquired in 2013 with trust fund dollars. The other 2 acres are proposed on an adjacent Arboretum-owned land. Carver County would fund the enhancement work and long-term management to increase wildflower species needed by the rusty patch bumblebee in these existing grassland and woodland habitats. The Arboretum would be responsible for conducting the work and continuing to manage the land, subject to the easement with long-term funding support put in place through Carver County. Andrew Gabinski, Executive Director from the University of Minnesota Landscape Arboretum, is available to answer any questions you may have. And with that, Chair Albrecht and members of the commission, I turn this over to you to discuss and consider for approval the request to convey interest in real property acquired with ENRTF funds.
Thank you, Mr. Varian. So we have a guest here. Welcome, Mr. Gupinski. So commission members, do you have any questions for staff to begin with on what is the request that we have before us? Or are there any questions for the Arboretum staff? Seeing none. We want to take action on this today, and the motion would be to, and I'll just say this and you can correct me if I miss something, approve. I can't read Becca's writing, honestly. Would you read that for me, please? Thank you.
Unless you have it. Michael, do you have it?
Yeah, Chair Albrecht.
Mr. Varian.
Chair Albrecht and members of the commission. The motion would be to move to approve the conveyance to the Board of Water and Soil Resources. A perpetual environmental easement on approximately 8 acres of land acquired with ENRTF funds, provided a final draft of the easement has been reviewed by LCCMR staff.
Thank you. Are there questions on the motion, and is there a member that would like to make that motion?
So moved.
I have a motion from Representative Jordan online. Any other discussion or questions on the motion? Seeing none, we'll call the roll on the motion.
Albrecht,
Yes.
Albrecht, yes. Her,
Yes.
yes. Jordan,
Yes.
Jordan, yes. Beeman,
Yes.
and yes. Faber,
Faber, aye.
Faber, yes. Fisher,
Fisher, aye.
Fisher, yes. Green,
No.
Green, no. Hedstrom,
Hedstrom, yes.
Hedstrom, yes. Heinzman, Heinzman, no. Langseth,
Langseth, yes.
Langseth, yes. Lily,
Lily, yes.
Lily, yes. McEwen,
McEwen, yes.
McEwen, yes. Moore is excused. Putnam is excused. Reese,
Reese, yes.
Reese, yes. Scrabba, Scrabba, no. Westrom,
Yes.
Westrom, yes. Currently, there are 12 yes, 3 no.
That motion prevails. Thank you very much for your time and your interest. The next item on our agenda is also Mr. Varian will take up, and that is the work plans for projects funded in Minnesota Legislative Session 2025 or Minnesota Law 2025. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Varian.
Chair Albright and members of the commission, agenda item number 7 is work plans for projects funded 2025. There are 3 more plans that are ready for your consideration for approval. A spreadsheet with work plans for the projects funded in the 2025 session is provided on the meeting page. The consent agenda is on lines 3 through 5. These are work plans accepted by staff with reasonable changes from the original proposals and that are deemed ready for your consideration for approval. There are a couple contingencies. Line 4, project 2025-176, evaluating native seed mixes for grazing, has a fiscal management plan requirement before funds are spent, and also delegating authority to staff to approve the work plan once the agreement is executed. There is an update. The fiscal agreement has been executed, and so that is in place at this time. Line 5, project 2025-301, Science Center supporting Northern Boys and Girls Clubs, includes $175,000 for the purchase or lease of 2 vehicles and 4 cargo trailers. Additional justification and a vehicle cost comparison for these expenditures is included in the work plan. Any member can pull a project off the consent agenda for further discussion. If you do this, depending on the question, we may want to pull the work plan on the agenda for a subsequent meeting to allow the project manager to be present to discuss any concerns members may have. If you choose to approve work plans on lines 3 to 5, we ask that the motion include approving the work plan subject to the notes and contingencies provided on the spreadsheet. Chair Albright and members, turn it back to you.
So if everyone's clear, we have three work plans to approve today on our consent agenda. Are there any questions for staff? Let's see, Commissioner Reese.
Just quickly, thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, is there a reason why it was vehicles for purchase rather than for lease? Is that an option moving forward for them?
Chair Albright, Member Reese, the contingency in the comparison is to look at whether it would be make more sense to purchase or lease. So depending on that comparison and where that lands.
Commissioner Reese. Any other questions? So do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda of the work plan?
Madam Chair, sorry to interrupt. I believe you're having issues with your microphone again. And so I don't know if somebody could address it and if we could restate the motion.
Thank you very much, Representative Jordan. I appreciate that reminder. So we have these three work plans before us. And since there are no other questions, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda and approve these three work plans with those caveats that Mr. Varian mentioned? Would you just remind us what those were again?
Chair
On the
Albright
motion?
and members, so the motion might read, move from the spreadsheet titled Environment and Natural Resource Trust Fund, final work plan approval and approvals of ML 2025, FY 2026, July 18th, 2025, to approve lines 3 through 5 under category A, consent agenda, work plans accepted by staff with reasonable changes from original proposals, subject to the notes and contingencies provided on the spreadsheet.
Thank you. Commissioner Faber.
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda, item A, as just presented and clarified by Michael Varian.
Thank you. Any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, we'll call for roll call.
Albrecht,
Yes.
Albrecht, yes. Her,
Yes.
yes. Jordan,
Jordan, I.
Jordan, yes. Beeman,
Yes.
yes. Faber,
Faber, aye.
Faber, yes. Fisher,
Fisher, aye.
Fisher, yes. Green, Green, no. Hedstrom,
Hedstrom, yes.
Hedstrom, yes. Heinzman, Heinzman, yes. Langseth,
Langseth, yes.
Langseth, yes. Lily,
Lily, yes.
Lily, yes. McEwen,
McEwen, yes.
McEwen, yes. Moore is excused. Putnam is excused. Reese,
Yes.
Reese, yes. Scrabba,
Yes.
Scrabba, yes. Westrom,
No.
Westrom, no. Currently, there are 13 yes, 2 no.
That motion prevails. Thank you, staff, for presenting that. And good luck to those three projects that have their work plans approved and now can be funded. The next item on our agenda is really the meat of our meeting, and I'm happy to say we're moving along in a fine fashion and we're ahead of schedule. So good job, everyone. The next item is going to be taken up by Mr. Campana to go through the three options and review some of the options we have. We'll have probably a lot of discussion and other questions. But I want to just say thank you to members for your diligence in reading through the projects and reviewing them for the first cut and also the second cut and getting us to this point. That was a lot of work and I appreciate it very much. And staff is also appreciative of you getting your selections in a timely fashion and all of that as well. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Campana.
All right, thank you, Chair Albrecht and members. I'm going to review the results of evaluation number 2, and then I'm going to hand it over to Director Nash, who's going to talk a little about the conflict of interest and the implications for discussion and voting. So I'm going to begin with just to remind members of the process that staff followed, which is the process adopted by the Commission on June 11th. So staff compiled members' evaluation number 2 results into a report to be used for allocation decisions. The compiled results show the number of members allocating funds to a proposal and the average amount allocated by those allocating funds to that proposal. Blanks, non-allocations were not included in the allocation average calculation. The proposals are ranked high to low according to the number of members supporting funding. Using those results, an initial agreement on a recommendation package was created by going down the list of compiled evaluation number 2 results, ranked high to low, until the total amount available for appropriation was spent based on the average allocation amount. The result of this compilation was that the cutoff landed in the middle of a tier of proposals with the same number of members allocating funds. That was 10 members. Including that tier resulted in an overspending of $4.815 million. Not including that tier would result in underspending by $13.652 million. So as according to the process established by the commission, since $4.815 million is less than $13.652 million, the cutoff does include tier 10, and tier 10 is part of the initial agreement with that over allocation of $4.815 million. So 108 projects will be funded under the initial agreement, including the DNR contract. So we have 3 spreadsheets that sort of depict these results. I'm going to start with talking about the spreadsheet that's titled Members 2026 RFP LCCMR Proposal Allocations Initial Agreement, showing individual allocations. This is the one with the big spread here. So this shows these results in the as well as the distribution of members' individual evaluations. Please note that the columns that begin with 1, 2, or 3, so 1 allocation amount, those aren't showing all the members. That's not one member's results. What one shows is actually the highest individual allocation amount to the next highest, and so on. Then the color coding on that spreadsheet indicates the percentage reduction of the allocation from the requested amount, with no color indicating no reduction, all the way to dark green, which indicates a more than 50% reduction. The second spreadsheet we've put together for you is the one titled Proposal Allocations Initial Agreement. That's the one that looks a little bit like this. So this shows similar information from that other spreadsheet, but rather than showing the distribution, it shows member and staff comments. In this case, comments from evaluation number 1 are lighter gray, and comments from evaluation 2 are darker gray. Otherwise, the information is the same as that previous spreadsheet. The final spreadsheet we have shows the options. So I'm going to talk about that a little bit. So the commission's now going to need to decide how to handle that over allocation of $4.815 million. So in the staff memo, staff identified 2 potential options that you could use to resolve that over allocation. Option 1 would decrease proposals in that last group selected by 10 members by 27.3%. Following the rules established by the commission, small projects in this grouping would not be cut, and no project would be reduced below $300,000. This would result in a cut in the average allocation amount to 13 proposals from the initial agreement. The remaining $3,000 over allocation after this cut will be taken from the commission buffer. The second potential option that staff put in front of the commission would be to cut all proposals in the initial agreement by 4.75%. Once again, small projects would not be cut, and no project would be reduced below $300,000. This would result in a decreased allocation from the average allocation amount for 78 proposals. The remaining $12,000 over allocation after this cut will be taken from the commission buffer. So that final spreadsheet, which is titled 2026 LCCMR Proposal Allocation Options, you can see how those 2 options would impact allocations for individual proposals. The purple indicates if something was cut from the average allocation amount. And at the bottom of the table, you can see how many proposals will be funded under each option and how many would be cut. This table also shows an additional option that was submitted by Commissioner Reese. That option is the same as option 1, but would provide additional cuts to 10 proposals. And that cuts would be used to include the project 2026-318, Uniting and Responding to CWD in Minnesota, which is on line 117, and an allocation amount of $2.2 million. So that's sort of a summary of the initial agreement and where you are right now and your starting point for your discussions here. Now I'm going to hand it over to Director Nash to talk about the conflicts of interest and how that might impact your discussion and voting.
Thank you, Mr. Campana. Director Nash.
Madam Chair and members, so as you are aware, our statute now specifies that LCCMR members are not allowed to vote on a final LCCMR recommendation package if they have a direct financial interest related to one or more organizations considered in the recommendation. The threshold for the recommendations will be adjusted downward for each member with a conflict of this nature. Additionally, as always, for any conflict of interest, a member must refrain from discussing or voting on any decisions related to proposals to which they have a conflict of interest. All decisions other than those in the package are made by simple majority of those able to vote. So the memo that is in your packets today has a chart showing the conflicts of interest that have been reported, as well as if they are considered a conflict with a direct personal financial interest in the organization. And so what's also provided in that chart is the impact on decision, discussion, and voting. So for example, Mike Reese is the first one listed. He has a conflict of interest of a financial nature with a project that is located in Tier 7. So if Tier 7 is included in the package, Commission Member Reese would not be able to vote on the package. Likewise, discussion about or voting on treatment of Tier 7 would not be allowed. And discussion about or voting on the specific proposal would not be allowed. So that also applies to Mike Reese, to Monica Hedstrom. It does not relate to Shona Langseth because her conflict of interest is not of a direct financial nature. Mike Reese has another in Tier 6. And then the new information that we have is that Seth Moore has a perceived conflict of interest in Tier 9 on line 117. And then also in Tier 13 on line 58. And so Tier 3 is currently above the cutoff. So assuming that stays the same, Commission Member Moore, even though he is not here, would not be able to vote on that tier, but the number of votes required is reduced accordingly. So because one member has a direct personal financial interest in a related organization that is part of the initial agreement, the vote would be 11 required to pass the recommendation, but now will be reduced to 10. So 10 members are needed for a recommendation package based on the initial agreement. If one of the proposals on the table, in the table above or the tier it contains within is added to the recommendations package, then the number of votes would be reduced accordingly for members with a direct personal financial interest. Clear?
Thank you. I have questions from Commissioner Beaman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Director Nash, I'm just unclear. How are where or how are the tiers labeled?
Oh, Director Nash.
Madam Chair, the tiers are what we are just calling the group of proposals that had the same number of members supporting it. So I'm looking at the proposal allocation options, and those are delineated by thicker dark lines. So you could see in the number of members allocating funds on the first page, there's one proposal that's 17 out of 17. We would call that the 17th tier.
Commissioner
Yep.
Beaman.
And then under those, you see there are 4 proposals. There are 4 proposals in the 16th tier or tier 16.
Any other? You're good? Other questions? Commissioner Reese.
Couple questions, actually. So the appears that I'm the only member that has a conflict that results in or is a fiscal, has a financial impact. Is that my understanding then? And then can you clarify what that means? Because so if you are an organization that receives funding from LCCMR, it would have a direct, obviously direct, but then if you're a sub-awardee or something like that, that would not be considered a direct financial conflict. Is that correct?
Commissioner Nash.
Director
Nash, sorry.
Madam Chair, members, so the way the statute is written, the direct financial interest comes into play with the organization, not whether the organization is receiving funding or not. So if a member, say if a member is an employee of an organization and that organization is a collaborator of some sort or another, paid or not, beneficiary of a proposal, that member would have a direct personal financial interest with the organization and would not be able to vote on the package.
Commissioner Reese.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And then so that means that no other member that has declared a conflict falls into that category.
Director Nash.
Madam Chair, members, actually, as it pertains to the initial agreement, there is only one member that direct financial conflict of interest applies to, and that is member Moore. And that is because there's a direct personal financial conflict of interest on tier 13. And I believe your direct personal financial interests are for proposals below the initial agreement.
Commissioner Reese.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I understand that there's some new conflicts of interest that came about today. And that's concerning to me because, we've gone through the process, and those of us that declared conflicts of interest up front at the start of the process were not able to discuss or vote or do any or ask questions or anything of that nature. So how is that remedied with these these late conflicts of interest?
Director Nash, do you have any comment on that?
Madam Chair and members, so the policy says that a conflict needs to be reported as soon as it is identified. We were notified of these conflicts of interest last night. I believe one of the conflicts was discovered during presentations. And so we would presume that if that member allocated funds towards that proposal, that those funds should be removed from the allocation. We have taken a look at the impact of that, and the impact is negligible. It would reduce that proposal by a tier from tier 13 to tier 12. And we would presume that those allocated funds would just be unallocated, would drop to the bottom line of that individual member's allocations. So that is one impact that I think could be rectified as a staff technical correction, provided things go forward with that proposal included. The other proposal, I think we would also remove any comments from any proposals that a member with a conflict of interest had related to the proposal.
Thank you. Commissioner Reese.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it gets pretty complicated for one of the proposals because there was some significant introduction of comments through a member, and I think it impacted one of the proposals significantly. And so in the absence of those comments, just what would have happened to the vote? And so I think as a commission, we need to address that here coming up. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Westrom.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I guess to Director Nash. So what I'm understanding, and I guess I don't understand, how can we discover a conflict partway through the process or now when we're basically at the end of the process?
Director Nash.
It seems like it just taints the whole system if somebody's had a conflict and we didn't have it discovered or proclaimed. I think we've maybe gone overboard on the conflict, but I don't still understand how somebody working for an organization, we can parse out, they work for a group or an organization asking, but somehow somebody's just looked in the financial happenings of the organization and they know with beyond a reasonable doubt that they aren't financially benefiting from this group. Of course, any group that receives funding from this, there's going to be some financial benefit to their whole organization because it most times pays some staff and wages and possible other expenses that the group would otherwise have to find money to cover. So this web stretches out pretty far, and maybe it can't be solved right now, but I think it highlights maybe the complexity, or maybe the cure is worse than the problem that was being fixed in the statute, and maybe that needs to be revisited, which isn't LCCMR's ability to do, but it might be our ability to point out that there's problems here. And I guess, can you kind of add or shed some light to that? But I don't know how we can get to a point where we have conflicts now being called that should have been, I would think, the whole process. They shouldn't be a part of voting, selecting in the first place. And it's kind of a complicated field to walk through. As we have these layers of conflicts to decide somebody has a conflict or not. So I guess, can you shed a little more light on that? Because I do think it affects the ultimate decision of who gets to present, and then ultimately who's allocated money based on the votes.
Thank you. Director Nash.
Madam Chair and members, and I would just first agree that it is complicated. This is complicated for staff to navigate as well. And I would also just note that conflict of interest is not something that staff polices or enforces. It is a policy that is asks members to voluntarily speak forward, and that the commission police itself and hold each other accountable. So I will just put that out there, and I think I'm glad you are having conversation about it. I also can't exactly speak on behalf of Commissioner Moore, but I know that at least for one proposal, and this policy applies whether you are involved or not, or even know about collaboration that is occurring. So I believe a question was asked during presentation, what tribes are you collaborating with? And the response was Grand Portage, and that was a surprise to Commissioner Moore. He didn't know anything about that. So that is how a conflict can be discovered throughout the process. And I think that's happened for other members as well. I would say, and I don't want to get into speaking on behalf of Commissioner Moore here, but I think there is debate about whether there is a conflict of interest on another project or not, because a member did not believe that there was a collaboration occurring, did not believe that there was involvement, but a past relationship with similar work was noted. And so to be conservative and recognize that perception is part of conflict as well, I believe Commission Member Moore, in the interest of, again, being conservative, decided that he would declare that conflict and recuse himself. But he was not aware of it before it actually was raised to his attention. So
I have online, thank you, Director Nash. Commissioner Langsa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, this isn't following the discussion that's going on here. It's regarding my own personal conflict. And I don't know, maybe if I could talk to someone. I don't think it'll affect the voting today, but whether I can vote on the entire recommendation package, it'd be nice just to clarify that situation with someone in more detail.
So Commissioner Langseth, you have indicated that your conflict does not involve financial impact. And so your conflict is not one that would bar you from voting, as I understand it.
Yeah, sorry. And I'm wondering if that's correct or not, because it's like we're contracted through, my job is contracted through the county that would be receiving the funds to divvy out. So that's, it'd be kind of like a sub award, I would say.
Thank you. Do you want to respond to that at all, Director Nash?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Langseth, is this the same situation as was present last year?
No,
Commissioner
I would say
Langseth.
it's different. Yeah, I would, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I would say it's different.
Okay, then it may be something that we would need to take a, it may indeed then be a direct financial conflict of interest.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Reese.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I don't want to disparage Commissioner Moore. That's not the purpose at all. I understand that I've been sitting here too, listening to proposals and had to declare conflict immediately following the presentation because I was not aware of that there was a connection there. I think the one that is more concerning is related to project number 318, and that there was some significant negative comments that were introduced through Commissioner Moore to the citizen members from the DNR. And to me, that would not have occurred but for or without, if there was a conflict of interest declared. And I think that's really the concern here is what impact did that ultimately have on the citizens voting and scoring in that particular proposal? And I'm not necessarily saying that proposal deserves funding or not, but I do think that the process was kind of called into question, or should be called into question there. And if that proposal actually did receive a fair shake, considering that there was a conflict of interest declared, after everything occurred. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions on this topic? Shona, do you still have your hand up, Commissioner Langseth?
Nope, my apologies.
Okay, I will go to Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just, this may have already been covered, and I missed it. Director Nash, we were kind of walking through what remedies are available in the case or cases of there being a conflict of interest found, not previously declared. Just to be clear, again, is there anything statutory or in our policies that address this for the members that could potentially be, in this situation, or is there a way, is there anything written that we could refer back to, I guess is my question, into what the consequences might be for a member or otherwise?
Director Nash.
Madam Chair and members, I think if the question is about not how it's remedied in the package itself, but related to the member, there are provisions about a membership, very minimal, but I would need a moment to look at them and get back to you on that. If you can hold for one moment, I can take a look.
I'll just take this moment to say that I know citizen members, if we caucus together, we recognize that part of the reason we may have been appointed is because we have some expertise in natural resources or some other issue that this commission, has to make decisions on. And yet we're frustrated by the fact that actual work and related background and interest is often quashed kind of because we have a conflict of doing the work in that field, one or another. So we feel that the legislators here, I think, recognize that they're going to be advocating on behalf of their constituents, and we feel like we're trying to advocate on behalf of the state of Minnesota folks too, and yet sometimes we do feel somewhat limited in our ability to do that because of conflicts. And I know those that work at the university, like Commissioner Reese, those that work for tribes, like a couple of our members, those that sit on boards that are, directly related to a particular type of award or project can often feel like, gee, I wish I could vote on this because it's something I have expertise on. I'd like to be able to discuss it or give advice to the commission on it, and we're not able to. So, we feel your pain. So I appreciate the thought that maybe there is some legislative review that could happen and adjustment to the conflict of interest policy. I think staff might appreciate some clarity as well, because you can imagine it's a bit of a landmine for them to try and navigate occasionally too. So with that, I'll ask if Director Nash has any additional comments to Representative Heitzman's question.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Heitzman, I think the only part of the statute that reflects some sort of, disciplinary or other kind of action taken is that members may be removed by an appointing authority for cause.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Representative Heitzman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Director Nash, that, in your opinion, means what? I guess from my perspective, that would just mean the respective bodies. In this case, I think we're talking about the governor's office that makes the appointment. Is the governor's office could rescind an appointment? Is that how you understand it?
Director Nash.
Madam Chair, that's how I would interpret that, yes.
Anything else? Representative Heitzman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It does sound as though there may be projects that could have in this current process have been affected by comments made in spite of a conflict of interest. I guess I think it might warrant a broader conversation. Maybe today's not the day. But there might need to be a more deliberative discussion to try to figure out how to remedy those situations and possibly look at a statutory adjustment to make sure that conflicts don't create greater problems than they may have already, as has been discussed today.
Thank you. Director Nash, I know I appreciate Representative Heitzman's comment that there may be a broader discussion. There may be some looking into how can this be, made more clear and equitable. And is that something staff can look at, or how would you like to approach that?
Madam Chair, I think there are a few ways that members could address it. Statute is one option, operating procedures are another option. Another idea that was floated by staff at some point was, do we want to even consider kind of a code of conduct for members? And if you want to provide direction to staff, we can look into, any of the above options, including looking at the original conflict of interest statute to see if there are any tweaks that would be a little clearer, a little, however you provide direction to us to address that we could potentially, and I just want to give a caveat as time allows, that staff could bring back to you to look at and have further discussion that could, if need be included in the recommendations bill. It's not LCCMR's role to change the statute, but you are very knowledgeable about the impacts of the statute, and so could certainly provide your thoughts through a recommendation, and then the legislature would do what the legislature has prerogative to do about that.
Thank you. Commissioner Reese.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think one thing that's, I was fortunate that Director Nash worked with me when I first become a member on a conflict of interest management plan. So your boundaries are well established, so you understand where those conflicts are. And so I'd recommend that for other people that kind of are placed in that position. The second thing I wanted to mention, Madam Chair, is that my proposal for the funding was somewhat related to this discussion. And that's why out of fairness, I felt that it was important to put something in front of the members to consider, just because we don't know what the impact was. And so that's why I made the suggestion why there's a Reese option in your spreadsheet. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments before we move on? Commissioner Beaman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just because I've lost track a little in all this conversation, can you just clarify what the project numbers were for the late statement about conflict of interest? I gather from, and it was from Commissioner Moore only, was the late addition? Can you just clarify what those project numbers were? Thank you.
Thank you, Director Reeves. Director Nash.
Madam Chair and members, certainly. So it was proposal 2026-318. And this was the University of Minnesota Chronic Wasting Disease Project. That's line 117. And then the other was 2026-436. And this was Outdoor Learning Center and Trails by Cook County School Districts. And that is on line 58.
Any other questions? Senator Westrom.
Madam Chair, relating to the chronic wasting disease, I guess just to kind of flush it out a little bit more for others that maybe don't know, and I'm still kind of working through it. But apparently one of the comments came from the DNR in a letter about one chronic wasting disease, and the DNR has some similar project requests themselves, which I think is a conflict in itself, probably for at that stage of the process, for them to be taking or given the opportunity to maybe criticize a competitive or a similar type project. I just think it has a little bit of reek to it. And so I guess following the question that was just asked,
Thank you.
That's what I think it kind of goes even a little further than the conflict when the DNR engages in such a behavior. And so that just raises maybe another little question. Is it appropriate for somebody with a sort of competitive grant request to have an ability to take a cheap shot at another one in the process?
Thank you, Senator Westrom. My understanding is it was not an official response from the DNR. It was a particular wildlife person that gave advice to a commission member that was shared. So I agree that it was not helpful, but it wasn't an official DNR response to that particular grant application. So just a clarification of that. Would that be correct, Director Nash?
Madam Chair, I think that sounds reasonable to me. And I just, it's hard for me to comment on that because we are not aware of all the communications that are going on with you and, the veracity of it or the conflicting interests that people might have. So it's just not something that staff is typically involved in.
Yeah.
Or that we have it's not our policy necessarily.
Thank you. So good question. It's a lot of, we're not sure about all of that. So I wouldn't want to paint with a broad brush there, given that we have very little information. So what I would say is that we have before us 3 options. One is allocation option 1, which is to reduce 10 members, which would select through tier 10 and to resolve the 4.81 overage. We would reduce the tier 10 by a certain percentage. Then we also have option 2, which is to include tier 10 and reduce everyone by an additional 4.75%. And then we have Commissioner Reese's option, which is to include line item 117, I believe, and reduce those a handful. You have selected a handful, I think, Commissioner Reese, of projects that could be reduced further in order to resolve that additional 2 million and the 10. You would agree with the through 10 tier, the option 1 on tier 10, as I recall, and then you wanted to add in line 117, and you would find that $2 million by reducing projects within all tiers that amount. Is that correct, Commissioner Reese?
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Chair, first of all, it's 2.2 million.
2.2 million.
Yes, there was dollars, there wasn't a percentage, it was just looking for, essentially looked at lower tier projects and then also the higher dollar projects that seems like there could be some opportunity or space there to fund other projects.
Thank you. So discussion to those 3 options. I'm looking online if there's anyone online. I'm sorry?
I'm not doing my job.
Okay, Senator Westrom and then Senator Her.
Madam Chair, I would like to at least float a hybrid idea, and I realize I didn't submit it by the so-called deadline of noon on Tuesday. I hadn't even looked at the email by then. But I guess I'd like to hear some more discussion, but I would urge us to maybe consider putting a cap on it, which could affect the 27% or the 4% and how many projects we list to. For anybody that's new, it is a similar idea that I think we've come up with before, because projects that are requesting the under 300,000 amount or 400,000 or some smaller amounts, getting cut 27% is much more dramatic than somebody getting $2 or $3 or $4 or $6 million.
Just clarification, Senator Westrom, those projects would not be cut. Anything 300,000 or less would not receive any reduction.
That wasn't my point, Madam
I'm
Chair,
sorry.
but okay.
Okay.
I get it. I understand. My point was smaller projects that get cut percentage just isn't as much money as the big ones. And I guess
Oh, I see.
to get
Yeah.
to my point, what I'm trying to do. So it's just, I appreciate your
I
thoughts.
understand now. Thank you.
What I would propose is, and I think what we've done in the past is whatever we maybe work out of one of these options that we up to $1 million. I guess I would like to not, anybody getting over $1 million, I guess I'd like to take a harder look at, because maybe they could take, maybe that would be a more appropriate haircut for some of them. I have another project that didn't make the list. I would like to talk a little about that at some point, but I know if the money's all gone and if anybody else has a project that they think maybe it didn't score in where they thought it should, and they have an idea or want to take a crack at it, this would give us flexibility as we're working through it to not commit to projects over $1 million that they're going to get everything the same as anybody that's on the smaller end of it. That's my point, Madam Chair. And so I'm not making this a motion yet. I'd like to hear more discussion and feedback from folks, but whichever of these proposals, and I haven't quite decided which one I lean more in favor of, but that we would agree to reduce it and maybe the first one's at 4% or 4.7%. Most projects can probably find a little way to wiggle around 5% or less reduction. But on top of that, that's where I would say, for example, if we go with option 1, projects up to $1 million, the funding beyond $1 million may be reduced more. And then we could take a little closer scope at how many are those projects, and where would some money maybe be appropriate to take a bigger amount of money off. And so in closing, Madam Chair, Mike, maybe you don't know the answer offhand, but how many projects would it be that are over receiving over $1 million under the current scoring? And if you don't have the answer, maybe you could give it to us in a few minutes while we discuss.
Thank you, Senator Westrom, for that clarification. I do understand what you mean, that it's easier for a large project to take a percentage cut than it is a smaller project to take a percentage cut. And I do understand that. I also am just looking, as maybe staff are trying to find that number, that I'm wondering if there are any $1 million or more projects that have scored 100% in any of those three allocations. So I don't think, I think they've all taken a bit of a cut already. So just to make that point as well. Do you want to respond to that, staff, or should I call on Senator Herr? Oh, I have Senator Herb. Do you want to defer for a minute? Okay, we'll have discussion. Representative Scraba.
Yeah, you threw a wrench in my thinking here.
Who did that?
Yeah, when you made a comment, Senator Westrom was talking about the projects that we're looking at and the $1 million plus if we're going to go in and reduce. And then you said, but they've already been reduced. So does the number 103 million reflect those cuts? And who authorized those cuts and why are they there?
Thank you for that question. It's the way that we as members submitted our allocations. And, I had, when I first went through, as an example, when I first went through, I scored all the ones that I wanted to fund. I was 36 million over. So I had to go back and I had to cut. And I'm assuming other members did the same thing. They said, okay, I can take these projects out, but I still want these and I'm still over. So I'm going to just reduce them. And so all of that goes into the filter with staff and they settle out, how did all of that shake out with all the members making their allocations and what they suggested should be funded on that project. And this is how it turned out. And so the allocation one turned out that we, because of the cutoff, we included tier 10, but then we're over 4.81 million. So we have to figure out how do we, if we want to fund those, how do we find that 4.81? And the first option suggests that we are going to reduce those tier 10 by a percentage in order to find that 4.81 million. Is that correct, Rebecca? Director Nash, did you want to comment more? Or
I'm sorry, Madam
sure,
Chair.
Representative Scraba.
The problem that I'm having is if I was going to assume that, I would take the projects that I didn't want and say, I want to cut them this much.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you guys do all the numbers, it'll be, well, that one's not going to get fully funded. And it's like, but none of us have had an opportunity to support or deny the cutting.
That's what we're here for today. So,
But my point is this, you took your cuts and said, that's gospel because this is the new budget. And I'm sitting here going like, you cut something I didn't want cut. Why is it part of this?
it's the nature of the business.
I know, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I feel like I'm like, wait a minute, I'm behind the 8 ball on this game. Because you can collectively do some damage to some projects.
We as a commission.
Anyone having a say till now, and now you're digging out of the hole. You're not even trying to protect what you want. You're actually trying to get anything, vestige. So, and maybe I'm interpreting this all wrong. This is new to me, but it just seemed kind of, what?
Yeah. Well, thank you for those comments. This is the work of the commission. We submitted this information and it was compiled for us. So when you say you mean all of us here that put in our recommendations. And we did select the ones that we like. We funded them higher than the ones we don't like. You're exactly right. I assume you did that when you submitted your recommendations. And so now we're at the point where we're going to discuss what is it that we want to do to reconcile the projects we want to fund, at what level, and at the amount of money that we have available. I'm going to, one last comment, then I'm going to go to
Okay, thank
Representative
you.
Fisher.
Actually,
Representative
I,
Scarba.
I funded all the projects I wanted, and I only got 61 million. So I'm like, I've got 40 million on the table, but I don't have none on the table. So, sorry,
Thank you.
go ahead.
Director Nash.
Members, I just want to say, everybody had the opportunity to weigh in on your support and how much funding you thought the projects were. So that's how these results came. And if you did not allocate money to a project, that means it ranked lower. So that means it had a less chance of getting any funding. But if the list did go down to that level and say only 4 people voted on it, but you wanted 100%, that's what would happen, is that a project at the very bottom would get 100%. So that's how this all works out. That's how the agreement that you made works out.
Thank you for that. And I appreciate that. When I was new, I didn't get this at all. I was like, this is like foreign language to me. And so it takes a while to figure it out. I appreciate your interest in understanding it. Representative Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support, I came in figuring that we'd be looking at the agreement number 1 and going along those lines because of the discussion that you just highlighted, is that there's winners and losers, and we all kind of voted as to where it ended up. The thing that added the complexity for me is the CWD issues. I have a feeling that with the discussion that occurred originally, that may have influenced some people to maybe not vote for it, that would have changed their mind. And so the question I have is, I wanted to hear a little bit more about what Commissioner Reese' solution was on that, because I was originally thinking just option 1, and then, you know, maybe the CWD being added in as that last tier and taking an appropriate cut to come across. And that's why I want to ask how Commissioner Reese was, because so much is floating back and forth. I wasn't totally understanding what he was proposing on that.
Thank you. And I'm going to let Commissioner Reese respond, and then I'm going to go to Representative Jordan. I'm sorry, I missed your hand. So
That's
after
okay, Madam Chair. I'll lower my hand.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Reese.
Yep. Thank you, Madam Chair, and appreciate the question, Representative Fisher. I simply went through the projects that scored 10 and 11, looking at the higher funded projects and rounded them down for the most part. There were some projects just that looked like, you know, that were higher that I reduced. And then I went to the DNR CWD proposal that was at approximately 1.46 million and dropped that proposal down to $1 million. So that portion of those funds would go to MinPro for their proposal. So there was no percentage assigned. It was just looking how could kind of a least pain method of rounding down some of the projects. And then again, similarly on the only exception likely was the CWD proposal from DNR that had a little bit more of a haircut.
Thank you. Representative Fisher, any follow-up?
No follow-up at this point, just
Okay.
more for me to think about. Thank you.
Right. Additional discussion to the options. Senator Herr.
Madam Chair, I just have a question for Commissioner Reese. On his, I know he picked mainly the tier 11. Do you look at the larger tier as well? Like those, you know, like those with the highest number, like highest amount, whether we can shape that. I'm not insinuating leading to another option here, but have you evaluate that as well?
Commissioner Reese.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm open to other options, first of all. Second of all, I did go up to both tier 10 and 11 through 10, 11 to reduce and round down some of the proposals. There might have been some exceptions there. I was just looking for an opportunity to provide a portion of the funding for MinPro. So I think in your spreadsheet, those projects that have changes are identified already. So if you see something in there that you don't like, you can certainly propose a change and find additional funding, or we could reduce it as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I have Commissioner Beaman has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as I'm thinking about this, there's two approaches to what Commissioner Reese is saying. He would like this additional project brought in, and then there's, if that's agreed upon to be added into the mix, how do we compensate for the funding? And I guess I have a question, which is, can we consider those as two different things? Do we want that project added in as a commission? And then if so, Commissioner Reese has suggested where he would find the money. There could be other places to mix and match and find that money, including perhaps a more uniform, take an additional X% off of these rather than individually having any one, or some of us, picking and choosing what to cut. It's just a different way of approaching it that might be less time consuming to find the money with a more equally distributed percentage cut.
And is there any funding request level that you would use as an approach, like those that are above 2 million or above 1 million, or is there any number that you would think of?
Yeah, Madam Chair, actually, I kind of liked Senator Westrum's point of it's regressive to hit lower amount projects, the equal amount to higher projects, because that's a bigger percentage of the. So I would very much be open to above 700,000, maybe 1 million, something like that, to hit those projects a little bit more. But I also think the first question is whether we even need to get to that exercise. Do we want to add this project in? And it sounds like there might be some other projects that people want to also discuss that didn't make the cut.
Always are. Thank you. Representative Scraba.
So that kind of led me into where I was going next, where I think the chair was asking before. So maybe as a body, we all say, hey, is there any others that you want brought up from the bottom up? And if we all agree, like vote on each one individually, and if we say, yeah, we can move it up, knowing that somewhere we got to shave, but it's still, we want to get it up. Once they're all up there that we want, instead of doing each one individually, we put them all up. Let's say there's 4 and there's $9 million. Okay, that's a little more work, but we want those in there. We know we have to cut 9 million, or we say, you know what, we don't want to deal with that. That one's just not going to get it this year. And it all plays in, but I think we should do them all first rather than do one at a time. And I could be wrong. I'm just thinking, let's get a list and agree to it and then start the funding.
Thank you. So that's exactly the purpose of the discussion. And as Commissioner Beaman has mentioned, Commissioner Reese has indicated there is at least one project he wants added in. He's open to how we might fund that, as I heard him say, I believe. And I think there are others that that are interested in projects, and that's where our discussion is right now. Commissioner Reese.
Madam Chair, thank you. I just want to clarify that it's not a project that I necessarily want in. I think it should be in because of the process.
Oh,
and I
okay.
just want to clarify that.
Thank you.
That there was some processes there that were not necessarily, in my view, appropriate, and that's why I'm recommending funding for that.
Thank you. So are there members that want to add? I see Jordan,
Yes.
Representative Jordan online.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess just I think Commissioner Reese said what alluded to why the CWD project for the University of Minnesota is in a special class. I think what Representative Scraba is asking is the last step that we just did. We all actually heard these presentations and then ranked them accordingly. I don't think the purpose of this meeting is to talk about things like, well, maybe the comments that were made about this particular presentation were not above board, or we want to look at this in light of new information. But to go through every single project is the last step we just did with the evaluations. And so I don't know that I don't think that's a good thing to do this morning, is to go through every project and decide what needs to be funded and what doesn't. That's the last thing we just did, by submitting our projects and listening to all those presentations. I think the CWD project warrants some discussion, which is what Commissioner Reese is suggesting, but to go through every single project and decide whether or not it needed funding. We already did that as a body, by submitting our preferences and our rubrics. I think the other point about, I would, to the Westrom, I know Senator Westrom was asking for some discussion on projects over $1 million. I think there just are some projects that cost more than $1 million. There are projects that are quite large and are quite extraordinary, and they require more money. I think it's appropriate to look at them in the context of which projects could maybe bear, if we decided we needed to fund an additional project here or there. Perhaps those bigger projects are ones that could stand to lose a little bit more than projects asking for a little bit, but I don't think it would be improper to fund projects more than $1 million in general from the LCCMR. I think those were some of the questions that members asked for discussion. Those are my thoughts on those issues. And yeah, that's what I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Commissioner Langseth online.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to appreciate comments there by Commissioner Jordan. I agree. We've had a lot of discussions on how to go through these evaluations. We've taken our time, we've ranked them, and this is what we have. We shouldn't be pulling up projects that have ranked lower and are not looking at being funded. I do understand why Reese included the CWD one, given the conflict. But otherwise, I would say we should not be looking to be pulling up other projects. That's what the whole evaluation too was all about. Thank you.
Thank you. Did I see Senator Westrom? Did you have your hand up?
Did Madam Chair, to respond to Representative Jordan briefly, I'm not proposing that we go through all of the projects. Representative Scriba's point, maybe, and Representative Jordan, and I'm thinking now is maybe soon the time that if people have an interest in talking about other projects, maybe we should make that list as Representative Scriba suggested, and then we'd know, is there 2 more projects or is there 22 more projects? And if there's 22 more, I get the point. If there's 2 or 3 or 4 smaller, a handful, that narrows what we would even be discussing if there's an appetite for that. And if not, it kind of all affects how we go. Getting back to my earlier point, that's where I just think there's a natural cap with, let's just say we approve option 1. And I would just suggest we do that. If we do that, we just put the caveat that anything over X amount of money may be reduced more, and then we can focus the discussion just on that. We can start chunking our way to a solution. Just over the years, I know Senator Tomasoni, Senator Dietzick, I think Representative Lilly probably remembers some of this when he used to serve. He's back on now. It just kind of helps get to a final spot where if you don't have all the money allocated up front, and if you do, of course, then it would speed up everything, but that doesn't always mean you get to consensus as easy. So that's part of the reason I'm bringing it up. To that point, Madam Chair, Mike, have you had a chance to could you give us a number of how many projects based on what's being recommended for the amounts are over $1 million?
Mr. Campana.
Yes, Chair Albrecht, Senator Westrom. There were 39 projects that requested more than $1 million. Based on the average allocation amount, there are 35 projects that are over $1 million. And I can also give you based on the cuts in option 1, option 2, how many are still above $1 million if you'd like.
Okay, that'd be great if you could just add that.
Yep. So for option 1, with those cuts, there would still be 27 projects that are above $1 million. And in our option 2, there would still be 28 projects that are above $1 million.
Okay. So if I could just kind of wrap this present up so people understand what I'm thinking, and I'm just trying to shape a possible motion here based on discussion. So I really appreciate different different viewpoints in the feedback, but there'd be 27 or 28 other projects if we passed option 1 or 2. And it would be just, one of those motions would just say, with the exception of any project still receiving over $1 million may be reduced more. That's a simple type of motion I'm thinking. And then that would get us to a point where we then can say, if there's 5 other projects that people are interested in discussing, we decide to fund those 5 projects in part. Let's just say it's $5 million, and we'd have to figure out, okay, what's the most prudent way to take that if that's where we want to go. So Representative Jordan, hope that kind of clarifies where I was going. I wasn't wanting to review it all, and I realized we have to narrow things down, and that's just a way to help narrow it down, but it would be 27 or 28 projects under option 1 or 2. That would be the exceptions that we would continue to look at a little bit more before we make our final decisions, and it gives us money. So I'm interested, Madam Chair, if others would have projects they would like to just raise or put on the board, would it be appropriate to just have Mike write a list so at least we as a group could see how many there may be or may not be? And I don't know, maybe I'm the only one.
Commissioner Reese.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just, can you, Director Nash, could you explain what's required to make a formal recommendation from the commission in terms of the supermajority vote?
Director Nash?
Members, so the 11 are traditionally required in order to make a recommendation. But then that number is reduced for each person who has direct financial interest in an organization that's included in that package. So right now I can tell you that above the cutoff line, so the initial agreement, tier 10 and above, we now understand there are 2 of those such conflicts. That would be member Moore and member Langseth. So it'd be 11 minus 2, which is 9. So 9 votes would be needed to support a package that includes tier 10 and above.
Commissioner Reese?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was an earlier question. I just want to clarify this a little bit more on where the funding was taken for the 2.2 million. And so if those of you that are interested, line 110 was reduced to 2.5 million. Line 106 to 3.5 million. Line 105 to 1.644 million. Line 104 to 700,000. Line 100 to 800,000. Line 99 to 700,000. Line 98 to 700,000. Line 93 to 1.5 million. Line 87 to 1.2 million, and line 55 to 1 million. And one of the reasons why I brought this up was it addresses Commissioner Beeman's comment that taking the money from the higher dollar amount projects. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that clarification. Additional discussion? Senator Kerr?
Madam Chair, I wonder, we have at some point we had to make motion on one of the option, and I wonder, maybe this is the time to see if Commissioner Reese will want to make that option as a motion. Otherwise, we're going back to, the option 1 and 2. I've been evaluating, hearing everybody's discussion, and not that I want to finish this and get it done with, but we have a formula in place. And, I do think option 1 is more appealing to me, but you brought it up, that option. I would say yours will be option 3 and take money from a larger amount for the CWD at the study at the University of Minnesota. So, even when I look at my personal item like the pollinator outreach, which didn't quite make it to tier 10, is tier 9 is only 54,000, And, that's missed out. So I have a little regret myself, but I like to stay on with the process. And I say, if you don't want to make a motion on your, would you make a motion, Commissioner Reese, on your option?
I guess I would, Madam Chair. I guess I would,
Commissioner Reed.
I would support your motion to include the pollinator and consider some other project proposals as well.
Senator Her.
I think if we go that route, we're gonna spiral and go on and on today. So I just bring it up as an example. But let's do this. Why don't I make a motion to accept the Reese option? I'm trying to see if I can get the right language, or should I just move that we move to recommend our proposal as cutoff shown on this spreadsheet dated July 11th, 2025, and with the adjustment as described on option 3 as proposed by Commissioner Reese, and allows staff to draft bill language for review by Commissioner, and allow staff to make small dollar amount and technical changes as needed to correct any errors. So that would be my motion.
Thank you, Senator Her. Discussion to the motion. Senator Westrom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would speak mostly in favor of the motion, but before we get to that or a vote, I may want to, could we just, if anybody has a project they would like to put on the board, would it be okay, Madam Chair, that we just have Michael or somebody put those down, and then let's just figure out how many we're dealing with, and if there's an appetite to deal with them, we know, and if there's 3 we know, and if there's 33 we know. I don't think there'd be 33. I don't think there'd be that many. So I'd be interested in just getting that as we discuss this motion, and then it may depend. And I would just throw out Project 329 is one I would like to have us discuss a little bit further for consideration. But would that be all right, Madam Chair, if you just ask members that have an interest in a project, if they want to advocate for it, and let's see what that list is, and then we can decide how we proceed from there.
Thank you, Senator Westrom. I'll just note for the record that Senator Putnam has joined our meeting.
Okay.
Welcome, Senator Putnam. So to your point, discussion is open. If members want to share thoughts on the motion, or I welcome those comments. Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is my last time voting on a package since my term ends this year after 13 years. And so I'm going to speak in favor of Reese's motion, no projects below 10.
Senator Her's motion.
Senator Her's motion. No, we're just going to go with what he's presented, and 10 and above, with the caveat that we shave a little more off the projects, $1 million and more. I feel much better about that than adding anything under that or below 10. So that's what I'm going to say. I'm fully in support of. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments from commission members?
I should add, Madam Chair, it's not because I want to leave earlier. Okay. I want to stay until we get lunch because I got a sandwich coming from Jersey Mike's or whatever. Thank you.
Well noted. Thank you.
And
Dr. Moose.
And Madam Chair,
Senator Her.
I did brought an example of the $54,000 project, the pollinator, but I want to stay consistent to the formula that Reese has proposed, So I just want to mention that, even though it didn't make it to the finish line, it's under 9 tiers, so there's no regret, and hopefully they apply again or look at the small grant through DNR as part of the environmental trust fund. So again, so I renew my motion and ask for folks to support.
Thank you. I first have a Representative Scrabba, then Senator Green.
I outdid the senator. Well, the project that I've been looking at is 334, the Scandia Cemetery. And it's even in the form, the compiled member evaluation number 2 average amount. It's a 2.5, but it's at 1.83. That's the reason I'm adamant about this is the project needs to be done. It's going to be done. And the taxpayers of St. Louis County are going to pay for it because the county stepped up. No one else would. So the county did. So I look at these funding, this kind of funding, is it benefits Lake Superior. It's not a benefit to one particular area. It's the whole lake. So I just, if we can get anything in there, that's how I'm trying to get, just anything is better than nothing at this point.
Thank you. Senator Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think with all the discussion, I would like some clarification as to what's going on here. So it looks like we've got four more projects that we're going to add in. And so are we going to be voting on that or what's going, the motion?
The motion on the floor.
Doesn't include all those projects.
Correct.
So where are we at?
We have a motion on the floor. Senator Herr has moved the Reese option, and it is a clean motion, and there have been no additions to it.
Then, Madam Chair, so we've had to have this discussion both with, with Senator Herr, Representative Scraba, and Senator Westrom as well. And so are they making a motion to add their projects into this vote?
I have not heard any motions from them.
Okay.
We're at a discussion point at this time. I see Senator Westrom.
Madam Chair, appreciate the commentary, and I think what I would propose is an amendment to the Senator Herr's motion that just says with any project still receiving over $1 million may be reduced more, and just add that on, and then if we want to further the discussion, we can, and if we don't, either way, it gives us kind of the pointed flexibility where we'd go with it, and if we can get this passed, and then perhaps it'd be a good time to take an early lunch break and have discussions, and could wrap it up right after lunch pretty quick.
So I have a motion to amend the motion that would reduce projects that are above $1 million.
Just say may reduce
Projects that are above $1 million.
May reduce further projects above $1 million.
I'm going to take a vote on that motion. Senator Herr.
Can I ask the staff or director, how would that work after we pass the motion? After we pass my motion of the Reese option and have May in there, how would it work? Would that put us going back to square one again? Or do we have a solid motion or a formula in place after we pass the Reese option?
Thank you for that question. Director Nash.
Madam Chair and members, I would presume that further action would be needed to clarify the may and turn that into specific cuts or not cuts before you finalize your recommendation.
Thank you. Senator Herr.
I'm kind of almost like they take this carry this like a little bit like the Senate. So since it's my motion, I appreciate Senator Westrom kind amendment to it, but let's stay clean with the Reese motion. That's what I would like to have happen on my motion.
All right. Thank you. We'll take the roll on the amendment.
Albrecht.
No. I'm sorry. We're voting on the amendment to the motion. Thank you for that clarification.
Or,
No.
or no. Jordan,
No.
Jordan, no. Beeman,
No.
Beeman, no. Faber,
Faber, no.
Faber, no. Fisher,
Fisher, no.
no. Green,
Yes.
Green, yes. Hedstrom,
Hedstrom, no.
no. Heinzman,
Pass.
Heinzman passed. Blank Seth,
Langseth abstain.
Lily,
No.
Lily, no. McEwen,
No.
McEwen, no. Moore is excused. Putnam,
No.
Putnam,
No.
Putnam, no. Reese,
Yes.
Reese, yes. Scrabba,
Yes.
Scrabba, yes. Westrom,
Yes.
Westrom, yes. Currently, there are 4 yes, 10 no.
That motion does not prevail. Representative Heinzman. Did you have your finger up? I'm sorry. Your hand up?
Thanks, Madam Chair. No, I was under the assumption that when a member passes, usually it comes back to that member.
Yes,
But I
agreed.
didn't want to upset the apple cart, so I was trying to move on, but thank you for making me talk about this more, Madam Chair.
Heinzman,
Yes.
Heinzman, yes. Currently, there are 5 yes and 10 no.
That motion does not prevail. So we are back to Senator Hur's motion to approve the option 3. Is there any other discussion? Representative Lilly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just wondering if there's an appetite to just slightly modify and tweak the few that are above, say, 3 million. And if there isn't, that's fine, but it just seems to make some sense to tweak the bigger projects.
Can you explain your purpose in tweaking the bigger projects?
Well, to get to the Reese number, you would take money from, say, 3 million plus projects.
Instead of the distribution that he's recommended?
Yeah, but if there's no appetite, that's fine. I just wanted to put it out there.
That would take a moment for staff to figure out in order to get to that. So your concern, Representative Lilly, is some of those that are reduced under the option 3 are those that are less than 1 million. Is that correct?
I just think thank you, Madam Chair. I think the impact, if we were to go after the bigger ones, just, I think Senator Westrom kind of mentioned that the impact was greater on some of the smaller ones. So I think that really addresses that. And anyways, if there's no appetite, that's fine. I just wanted to see if that mathematically would work. And if there's appetite, great. If not, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Reese.
Madam Chair, I would support that approach.
Did others have hands up? Any further discussion to Representative Lilly's recommendation that on the option 3, that those reductions needed to get to 4.8, no, to get to 2.2 million would be made on projects that were 1 million and above? Am I understanding you correct, Representative Lilly?
Madam Chair, I actually was recommending even higher, the largest of the projects.
Oh, the largest, the top tier.
Maybe 2.5 plus or 5 million or 3 million plus.
Okay.
And I don't know what mathematically if that works or if
If there's appetite, fine. If not.
Thank you. I see Representative Heinzman. Did you have your hand up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I think I understand, excuse me, what Representative Lilly is driving at here. That makes sense. That should be something that we can talk about. It very likely could be the solution and gets us with a recommendation.
Thank you. So for staff's benefit, then would you say, Representative Lilly, that it would be those projects? We know that there are 35 projects that are $1 million or more. And so would you say you would look at the projects to reduce that are 3 million and more, or can you pick a number for us?
I think try 2.5 million.
Okay. And we'll have staff look and
Then you spread that amongst the ones that are above the 2.5 million, so there's equity there. And if some, if staff really feels they're on tweakable, that's where the May appeals to me a little bit. I mean, it's not, there has to be thought given to it, but I think if there's a ability to nick the ones that are above 2.5 million and to get the number that Member Reese is and Chair her wanna, by the motion. Anyways, that's my thought.
thank you. Staff, do you need a moment to look at that? Oh, I'm going to go to Commissioner Beaman first, and then I'll come back to you. Commissioner Beaman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, because I think it's important to clarify. I understand Commissioner Reese's motion, and what he's had here is to be taking money from reducing where it's only been 10 of 17 or so. And and he has made some proposals of where to cut, but only again from that limited number of projects, not the whole list. So if we're now adding in language about cutting from proposals that are 2 or 3 million, are we now talking about taking that from the entire list, or just again clarifying that it's where members have, it's reduced 10 members selecting or less, just to be clear?
Actually, just for clarification, the option 3 does go up into tier, I want to say,
11.
tier 13.
Oh, 13.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I missed that.
So it does distribute up to tier 13 and
Okay.
tier 11 and tier 10.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I missed that.
Mhm.
But again, so just to clarify, would this additional language be opening it up to all tiers then that are in those large dollar amount projects?
Representative Lilly, is that your intention?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My intent was all projects that are above that number would be impacted. So there's equity through the scale. And then if it works, great. If not.
And just to be clear, the number we're looking for that Commissioner Reese has suggested be funded for that CWD project is 2.2 million, not their full amount, which was over 5 million that they had originally requested. So I'm going to ask Mr. Campana, did you have a comment on the number of projects that are 2.5 million and above? Was that the question? Yes.
Yeah, I think I just want to clarify what the option that Representative Lilly is suggesting. So the concept is from the initial agreement, to bring in line 117, which is the CWD project at $2.2 million, which is what Commissioner Reese's option 3 suggested. But instead of those cuts coming from those 10 projects that were in her motion, the Reese option, those cuts would come equally from projects above $2.5 million. Is that correct?
I think that's correct, but let's have Representative Lilly confirm that.
Thank you. That actually captures it. So all projects above 2.5 would share proportionally.
Thank you. Would you like to move that as an amendment? Or I'm going to call on Senator Her first.
See if he
Yeah, and that sounds reasonable, Representative Lilly. And I was thinking, on the tier 11, Senator Commissioner Reese had put it, we can look at a cap number and eliminate those that are maybe 400 cap. We can remove those and use his takeaway from the 2.5 million above. Do you see what I'm saying?
Madam Chair, I think I may understand. the
Commissioner
question.
Reese.
I didn't reduce any projects under 400,000.
Okay.
There was, give me a moment here. The lowest project that was reduced to $700,000.
Yep.
So there were no proposed projects or proposals under, under 700,000 that were reduced.
Okay, I misread that. I misinterpreted that. Sorry.
The one, as long as you brought that up, the one comment I would have is that the area that I did go into, tier 13, was for the DNR CWD proposal, which reduced that one from roughly 1.46 million, I believe, down to 1 million. So that was where 20% of the funding was derived from. And that might be worth incorporating into an amendment, in my view.
So with that, Representative Lilly, did you want to make that motion as an amendment? What Mr. Campana has reflected?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's getting a little Rubik's Cube.
Always does.
So I think I'm comfortable with that. I would be open to the last Reese suggestion, and maybe, I mean, it's one additional tweak on but it's a below the bar for the taking from the DNR project.
Thank you. I'll just comment that would be almost a 50% reduction in that project, because their original request was 1.872. We, as a group, chose it 13 out of 17 and funded it at the level of 1.46. And the option 3 reduces that down to 1 million. So the overall reduction from their original request would be close to 50%, or at least 60%.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate but I'm okay with it, I think, at this point.
All right, so currently, all I have on the floor is her motion. Representative Lilly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll offer an amendment to what was the number? 2.5. So to tweak projects to 2.5 to cover the CWD project that Member Reese is concerned about, and to additionally tweak the DNR project down to 1 million.
So we have, thank you, Representative Lilly. The amendment, the motion to amend her motion is to accept option 3 with the caveat that we would find 2.2 million for the CWD project, not from those that were listed in option 3, but instead to reduce projects that are funded, that are requested at 2.5 million and above, take a cut, accepting the project online. I want to say project on line 55. Is that it? Nope, not that one. Project on line 55, is it? 55, yeah, would be reduced to 1 million. So that one would be accepted out of those projects that are 2.5 million and above. Representative Lilly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is nice. You did better than I did.
No.
And so I think the net is it ends up affecting the big projects like $1.8 million only then after the other additional tweak.
Thank you. All right. Anything to that motion? Any discussion? Would you like to move to accept that as a friendly amendment, Senator Her, or shall we vote on it?
Yeah, friendly amendment, yeah, I accept.
Okay. Do I still need to vote on that then?
Yeah.
So that's been incorporated into the main motion. Further discussion to the motion, or are we ready to vote on the Her motion as amended?
Commissioner Faber.
Commissioner Faber.
Again, because this is my last visit. First of all, I had to say, since people, this isn't necessarily a personal attack, but I said, Leon Lilly, what happened to your hair? Leon came on the same year I did in 2013, was on for a couple of years. So I'm not saying good or bad, I'm just saying, and I've gone short. This is COVID short. So because of that, I accept your friendly amendment and I support it. Thank you.
Not sure what I'm doing here, but yeah.
Thank you for that comment, Commissioner Faber. I would like to have some clarity for us to understand how that amendment will affect projects. If you will give some grace here, we'll take a moment to review that. I'm not sure how long staff would need to figure that out, but we may be able to have discussion on another item, but I'll wait for Director Nash to come back here to report back from staff on how difficult it might be to get those numbers for us if we would like to indeed have them before we vote on the motion as amended. Director Nash?
Oh, Madam Chair, I think we'll need at least 5 minutes
Yeah,
to
so-
do some math on that. So I don't know if you.
So we'll take a recess here for 5 minutes. Yes, Senator Westrom?
Madam Chair, perhaps we'd lay this motion on the table, temporarily move to the next agenda item, emerging issues, and then just come right back to just an idea, rather than spend time on a recess.
Are the sandwiches here? Not yet.
I think if you called the motion right now, it'd pass, but then they could figure it out too, but either way.
Would you like to do that? We can. We can vote on the motion.
Madam Chair, I think we should vote on it. Staff can figure it out. We
Sounds
probably
good
have
to me.
lunch and we can always amend the motion with a corrective motion afterwards if they come back and say, oh, did you know you gutted money for the foundation of the capital of Minnesota and it's going to crumble because of that? Then we can change it.
I'm good with that. Senator Westrom, thanks for that. Thanks for that suggestion. So moving us along, it's Friday and people want to get out of here on time, and I appreciate Senator Westrom's interest in that as well. So to the motion as amended, we are ready to have roll call. Is everyone clear? Any questions? Commissioner
I need to know if I can vote on this or not. I'm not.
Commissioner Hedstrom has a question about conflict of interest. That's a good question. So hold for a
Yeah,
moment.
good question. Okay, so we don't know. I'm sorry, we also don't know if there are any conflicts on those, but they would already be accounted for. Okay, so we have, no. Commissioner Hedstrom cannot vote on this, so we are down to we were down to 9. With, I'm sorry, just want to make sure that I'm doing this right. So we had Langseth and Moore. So it was down to 9, but now we have Moore and Hedstrom. So we're down to 7. So now it only requires 8. So we don't count him twice for each. Okay, so down to 8. 8 votes needed, and yes, Hedstrom and Langseth abstain.
All right, clear?
Thank you for asking.
Yes, good question. All right, with that, is staff ready to take the roll?
Albrecht,
Yes.
Albrecht, yes. Her,
Yes.
yes. Jordan,
Yes.
Jordan, yes. Beeman,
Yes.
Beeman, yes. Faber,
Faber, aye.
Faber, yes. Fisher,
Fisher, yes.
Fisher, yes. Green, Green, no. Hedstrom is, she abstains.
Abstain.
Heinzman,
Pass.
Heinzman pass. Langseth,
Langseth abstain.
Langseth abstains. Lily,
Lily, yes.
Lily, yes. McEwen,
Yes.
McEwen, yes. Moore is excused. Putnam,
Yes.
Putnam, yes. Reese,
Yes.
Reese, yes. Scrabba,
Yes.
Scrabba, yes. Westrom,
Yes.
Westrom, yes. And Heinzman, Heinzman is yes. Currently, there are 13 yes, 1 no.
That motion prevails. Thank you very much for that. And we'll look forward to getting some feedback from staff on what the outcome of those funding levels will be for those that we've chosen to reduce in order to include CWD by the University of Minnesota in our project allocations. So with that, our lunch is coming at noon, so we're not ready for lunch. We're going to move on to the next item after lunch, which is number 9, updated emerging issues account policies and procedures. You may recall, commission members, that we've discussed what really constitutes an urgent or emerging issue, and can we have more clarification on the process so that we make sure that we're truly funding things and reviewing things that are urgent and need to be taken care of in a timely fashion. Staff has been working on a memo, which I believe, have you included that in our packet?
Yes.
That we can refer to? And I'm going to turn this over to one of the staff. Is it you, Director
I think
Nash?
I'll do it, yeah.
Okay, Director Nash.
Okay, Madam Chair, and this will be without the extra prep that I was going to do over our lunchtime. So as the chair mentioned, we had some discussion at the last meeting. We took notes. We listened to what you said, and we are doing our best to provide an updated policy and procedure document related to the emerging issues account here. There is some text, and then there are also some options that we would ask for your input on today. So what I think I'll do is I'll just walk through the whole memo, and then maybe we can decide where you want to focus your actions. So first of all, we provide the authority and availability of the trust fund. That's the statute there that provides the LCCMR authority to do this. We also provided some sort of practice language related to that, just facts that basically if the commission recommends funding for the emerging issues account, that funding has the same start and expiration date as the other funds in the bill. We have an option here for you to consider. It's called availability option. And this is reflecting that we heard some members express some questions and concerns about the emerging issues account. Some members, I believe, mentioned they thought this funding projects in this way was perhaps more the role of the legislature. Some people questioned whether it's LCCMR's role to fund emergency kind of environmental issues such as this. But there was also support expressed for an account such as this. So to kind of represent the spectrum of those perspectives, an option could be that you would commit to having a cap that would be appropriated and available in this account. So this would say the commission is not required to recommend funding to the emerging issues account, but when funding is recommended, the commission will recommend no more than $1 million to the count in a given fiscal year. And that amount could be whatever you decide to put in there. We just put $1 million as a starting point. Moving on from there, we have the emerging issues account criteria and eligibility. And what we heard from members is that there needs to be more of a distinction between what the minimum criteria are versus what the priorities would be. And that the criteria and eligibility is really related to a proposal has to address the constitutional purpose of the funds. Two, that the issue that's being addressed came up unexpectedly. Three, that it would implement a solution where the delay of implementing the solution would have significant detrimental impact on the environment and natural resources. And then four, that the proposal also be ready to implement that solution as soon as funds are available. And so we put those there, and that those would be criteria and eligibility in addition to the standard criteria that LCCMR uses in its traditional RFP. We also heard some thoughts about certain kinds of projects that maybe because of their nature might not be well suited for the emerging issues account. So we've put in here an ineligibility option. And that says that the following efforts are not eligible for funding from the emerging issues account, except in extraordinary circumstances where it can be demonstrated how funding is necessary to avoid imminent damage to or loss of an opportunity to protect the environment or natural resources in a timely fashion. We heard land acquisition mentioned because I believe land acquisition often has quite a bit of due diligence work that needs to be done in advance. We also put on there capital construction because likewise, those projects often have long timeframes where there are reviews and permits, et cetera, that need to be secured. And then we also put research on there because by statute, certain types of research that we fund have to undergo peer review before they are funded. And so that peer review process also takes some time. So again, we put this up here for your consideration, all or nothing, or one of these you might want to decide to proceed with. Then we get to a section that is about the priorities. And we provide 3 options. And these would say that in addition to addressing the account eligibility and criteria, proposed efforts should address one or more of the following. And for option 1, we included exactly what's in the strategic plan under the emerging issues account. So these were the strategies and goals that the commission decided through its strategic planning process were potential fits for emerging issues. And we just recognize that there was some discussion about emerging issues may actually be different than emergency kind of situations that the emerging issues account is really directed towards. So, but we just wanted to put these up there as possibilities. The priorities option 2 would basically be saying it's up to you proposers as long as it fits one or more of the goals and strategies contained in the most recent commission strategic plan. So again, it has to fit the eligibility criteria, but then it's kind of fair game as long as it addresses something in the strategic plan. And then priorities option 3 is the same as option 2, except that there are some more specific examples of what that may look like. There seems to be, some need potentially for direction to applicants about what exactly you're looking for with emerging issues account. So this one just attempts to identify a couple situations that we either were raised or that we have funded before. And those would be, these could include, but are not limited to, efforts such as rapid risk assessment or response to an unexpected wildlife disease breakout, rapid response to an unexpected change in wildlife populations or wildlife disease behavior or projected impact, rapid response to control a new invasive species threat, or rapid response to restore habitat destroyed by a natural disaster event. Those are just some examples. Again, proposals wouldn't be limited to these. And of course, if the members decided to go with this, you could adjust that list as you felt necessary. The next section is, did I forget something? Option 1.
Priorities 2, priorities option 3.
Okay. The next, sorry, I just got a message. The next section is requesting funds. And so this is where we tried to address what members were saying would be information needed to help you assess whether the proposals adequately met the eligibility criteria. And so the request would have to include a description of the issue that affects or threatens to affect the state's air, water, land, fish, wildlife, or other natural resources. The proposal would have to explain how and why this issue is unexpected and could not have been reasonably foreseen. They'd have to describe the proposed solution, explain the detrimental impact on the environment and natural resources if the proposed solution is not implemented immediately, or it has to wait for another funding cycle. You know, why is it necessary for this source of funds instead of our regular RFP process? Explain why this request for funding was not submitted or is not being submitted to our regular RFP. Provide steps already taken to implement the proposed solution, and that's to assess, you know, how ready they are to implement it. Provide the next steps needed to implement the proposed solution, the primary outcomes and our outputs that would be achieved if funding is awarded, and the proposed completion dates. And that also gives you a sense of how quickly they will act and implement the solution. And then, as was previously required, providing a description of the organization and its capacity to carry out the proposed solution and provide a proposed budget. The next section is on awarding funds. We still have that the commission would be reviewing it at least semi-annually at meetings. And then we have 3 screening options. This was the discussion around, is there any work that can be done before, instead of all proposals just sort of automatically being advanced for the full commission to hear presentation on and vote on. And so the first option we have is that all materials would be distributed to the full commission for evaluation according to the criteria. Members would submit to staff their evaluation that includes their interest in receiving a presentation from the applicant. If a simple majority of the members indicate interest in receiving a presentation, with at least 8 total members responding, the applicant would be invited to present at the next appropriate LCCMR meeting. And then following presentation at the LCCMR meeting, all requests, even those that did not present, but all the requests would have an opportunity to be voted upon by the full commission. Screening option 2 is, it was mentioned that maybe a committee could be formed to do some vetting. And so, and maybe that would be the executive committee. So we're saying the 6-member executive committee, or perhaps a subcommittee of 7 members that would be established on a biennial basis for this purpose. That committee would evaluate all requests according to the emerging issues criteria and decide which ones would be advanced to the full commission for consideration. So they would actually be taking action to reduce the, or to advance specific proposals to the full commission. A quorum would need to be required, and a simple majority of those present would have to vote in favor for that. And as a subcommittee taking official action on a matter of the commission, the meetings would need to be held in accordance with open meeting law. The subcommittee meetings would be scheduled as part of the LCCMR's annual business calendar posted on the LCCMR website, and notice of the meeting agenda would be provided to the public as they are for our main meetings. If the subcommittee votes to advance a request, then only those applicants will be invited to present at the commission at the next commission meeting, and then following presentation, only those requests would be voted upon by the full commission. And then the third option was another, just another idea that came up that kind of fits within the authorities that are already placed in the operational procedures of the LCCMR. And that's that requests would be distributed to all LCCMR members for evaluation according to the emerging issues account. But the three LCCMR co-chairs would determine if time would be made during the next appropriate LCCMR meeting for presentation by a given applicant. If at least two of the chairs determined time would be allowed, the applicants would be invited to present. And then again, because they're not actually making a decision, it's just about allowing time on the agenda. Following presentation, all requests received would be voted upon by the full commission. Moving on to the next bullet point, as is the case, a quorum, in order to be approved, a quorum has to be present and at least 60% of those members must vote in favor. And then if the request is approved by LCCMR, it's sent to the governor. There's also a provision that was in the policy that we didn't get a chance to talk about at the last meeting, and that was related to unspent funds. So we just put it in here as an option for you. The option was that if funds are not spent for an unexpected and urgent need before the start of the legislative session prior to the emerging issues account appropriation expiration, the commission may recommend that the funds be added to an existing environment and natural resources trust fund project that has a critical and unexpected need for additional funding to achieve the goals of the project. If not repurposed in this fashion, the emerging issues account funds will return to the Environment Natural Resources Trust Fund. I think in practice, what that would look like is that as part of the recommendations process right now, you would decide to allocate those funds to a prior year project, and then it would get written into the bill to transfer those funds. And then that would not require governor approval because it's going back through the legislative process. The alternate option, or an alternate option, I should say, is that if the funds are not spent for an unexpected and urgent need before the start of the legislative session prior to the emerging account appropriation expiration, those dollars just return to the trust fund. And that's what happens with all of our funds that are appropriated. If they're not spent by the expiration date, they just return to the fund. So they're not necessarily lost. They can, they go back into the corpus. So, Madam Chair, I think if we are limited to time or interest here, I think the most important decisions that need to be made today would be related to maybe reviewing the emerging issues account criteria and eligibility, just to make sure that the way that that's written is satisfactory to your thoughts. The emerging issues account funding priorities, I think deciding those, and then also deciding the screening options. And I say those because the idea with this meeting today is that you would make some decisions and that we would then go ahead and implement those before the deadline, the next deadline for emerging issues. The other items that I did not mention as priorities for today, those wouldn't affect that RFP, and we can decide those later.
Thank you. I have some questions. I see Representative Heinzman is the first hand I saw, and then maybe Westrom and Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I was one of those members that at the last discussion of what was scheduled to be an emerging issues priority on the agenda, I was really interested in how those things came to be on the agenda. And we don't need to rehash all of that. But it did appear that it was just simply a discussion between the co-chairs, and it was added. And if that's incorrect, I stand corrected. But without going and rehashing all of that, just seeing what is before us today, I think that screening option 1 would address that so that it was the body, the membership of the LCCMR that could together look at those things and help make a determination. The criteria that could be established is being suggested by staff is probably fine. But But quite honestly, I hate to add a bunch of rules deciding what could or couldn't be brought forward to the membership to be considered. So I don't know if those things are critical to this, but I do think the screening options are what really needed to be discussed. And I think I think the options all pretty much lay out different sort of strategies. That's fine. But I certainly would speak in favor of screening option one, as I think what could help us avoid what we ultimately kind of went through this last go around. So whenever it'd be appropriate to make a motion, I would. Thank you, Madam Chair, and maybe Director Nash has more comments. I think I saw that you did.
Thank you. Did
That
you
was
want to
good.
comment back to Representative Heinzman?
Madam
Director
Chair,
Nash?
I just wanted to say that in lieu of no other guidance, all the proposals that we received, we just put on the calendar. So there wasn't discussion necessarily with the chairs about that. It was just.
Thank you for that clarification. I'm with you on the screening option one. I don't see this body wanting to send their power down to a smaller committee. I think we need to review them all together. So thanks for that comment. Senator, did I say Westrom or Green first? Westrom. Senator Westrom?
Madam Chair, on the criteria, it was the second to the last one you made. I just I think we could tighten it up more. And I guess the thought that went through my mind as you were recapping it was the second to the last item you listed referenced that substantial impact would occur basically not going through the process. And I think I would even tighten that up with a timeline. That's a substantial impact would have to occur before the next legislative session. So, I mean, it really is something that we're dealing with. The avian influenza 10 years ago, 8 years ago is kind of when I remember this emerging issues starting. And that kind of seemed like it was a newfound disease that was hitting us, although it's been here before and goes in waves seemingly. But it's that type of absolute urgency in the next 30, 60 days type of deal. And so I guess I would urge that criteria includes the substantial harm has to be before the next legislative session, meaning the legislature wouldn't convene, wouldn't have a chance to adopt an LCCMR proposal. So I just would speak in favor of that type of a tight timeline, gives you as staff and chairs a much tighter direction. The default should always be to go through the process. It should be very tough to get through this emerging issues window if we even keep it. And I'm almost on the side of let's just put a pause on this emerging issues. And we lived for 20 years with the LCCMR not having an emerging issues category, quote unquote. And I think we could go back to that easy enough as well. So I would speak in favor of really tightening it up more and putting a tighter timeline on before they could even meet the level of presenting.
Thank you, Senator Westrom. I think you're referring to on the first page of the memo under emerging issues, account criteria and eligibility. The one that maybe you were referencing is, it reads as now, it reads, implement a solution where delay would, and following the standard funding cycle would have significant detrimental impact on the environment or natural resources. And are you suggesting that be tightened up some? Is that your thought?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just suggesting that the next legislative session could be part of the timeline that we're talking about. So in most cases, it's not going to ever be more than 7 or 8 months, typically probably shorter than that. So if something happened in October, they're going to have the opportunity in January or February to go to the legislature. If something's that urgent, I just our job isn't to really be trying to subvert the legislative process. And so, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Senator Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I like the comments that were made. And I would agree with those, except for that I'm on the opinion that I don't even think we really need this. If there is an issue out there, people will come here. The criteria, for applying would be fine, but to set up a whole account, I certainly am not in favor of doing a subcommittee. And because you get into the subcommittees, then you might as well not have an emergency because you'll be months into it. But I think that even setting aside a certain amount in an account might be a little bit more than we need. If we had to do anything in this, if we do decide to go with emerging issues, maybe you could answer, maybe Director Nash could answer, why don't we just say that we will make $1 million available out of the account instead of putting it aside and having to move it back and forth. We make those decisions here. That's what we're here for. But I'm really skeptical about the fact that we need the emerging issues, and we saw that last year when people came in to apply for the emerging issues money when they really didn't have an emergency that would be classified. So we're kind of putting it out there for people to say, hey, let's try to go after that, when I don't know that would really be what it's for. So
Thank you. Did you want Director Nash to respond to a question there, Senator Green?
Well, yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, if it's necessary actually to take the $1 million out, put it aside, or can we just have in our policy that if there is an emergency, a real emergency based on certain criteria, that we could, that the whole committee would be able to vote to hear that and apply up to $1 million.
Thank you. So would the ENRTF be available for funding and emergent issues if we hadn't already designated that as an account or a line item for the ENRTF?
Madam Chair, members, I believe that the legislature needs to actually appropriate the funds. So that's why LCCMR has to include in its recommendations a certain amount to be set aside, and then special authority is given to us about how that is allocated in statute. So I don't, unless I'm missing something, I don't see an obvious way to have that money still remain available to us without having to go through the legislative process, which is usually the lengthy part of the process.
Thank you. So we don't really have control of the funds, the legislature does. Thank you. Other questions about or comments on the presentation on the emerging issues? Whether that's the areas that staff would like feedback on include on the front page, those emerging issues account criterion eligibility, and on page 2, the priorities, options 1, 2, or 3, and then finally the awarding funds, how we're going to screen. I hear some consensus on screening option 1, and we've had comment on one of the account criterion eligibility. Are there any other comments from members? I don't hear any. Would you like this in a form of a motion, staff, or can we just have consensus around the table for the recommendations that you've presented here? Representative Heinzman.
Madam Chair, I think before even staff responds, I would suggest a motion.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would like to do that if members were interested in kind of parsing this out a little bit and starting with the screening option. I would make the motion that we move forward with screening option 1 as our process for determining if we're going to move forward with emerging issues.
Thank you.
Project.
Representative Heinzman moves screening option 1 as our option for reviewing and screening projects. Any to the motion, any discussion? Seeing nothing in the room or online. We'll take the roll on the motion.
Albrecht,
Yes.
Albrecht, yes. Per,
Or yes.
yes. Jordan,
Yes.
Jordan, yes. Beeman,
Yes.
Beeman, yes. Faber,
Favor, aye.
Faber, yes. Fisher,
Fisher, aye.
yes. Green,
Yes.
Green, yes. Hedstrom,
Edstrom, yes.
Hedstrom, yes. Heinzman,
Yes.
Heinzman, yes. Langseth, Langseth, Lily,
Lily, yes.
Lily, yes. McEwen,
Yes.
McEwen, yes. Moore is excused. Putnam,
Yes.
Putnam, yes. Reese,
Yes.
Reese, yes. Sprava,
Yes.
Sprava, yes. Westrom,
Yes.
Westrom, yes. Currently, there are 15 yes.
Thank you. That motion prevails. So I'm going to bring us back then to the first page and look at the account criteria and eligibility. Are we ready to move that section with the comments that Senator Westrom made to beef up the number 3 there that includes the legislative, discussion of a legislative session? Representative Heinzman.
Just a thought, Madam Chair. Do we need to? Are we in a position with the process that we just selected in screening option 1? It very well may be the case that we absolutely do need to lay out more criteria, but then again, sometimes flexibility. Since these things are going to the entire body to decide whether or not it's going to move forward. Just up for brief discussion, maybe to think about for a moment before we go ahead and pass all kinds of, for lack of a better word, rules.
Okay, thanks for that. I understand that your heartburn really was, how do we get these before us? And so what we've just adopted there looks like we're going to do somewhat of a poll online. Everybody's going to be able to sort of vote on it, which is, I think, wise for us to have done. And whether or not we need additional criteria or I think I may be wrong, but a part of this, I believe, is to help applicants out. But I think I'm going to call on Representative Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it kind of goes to what you're mentioning is this is to help guide applicants because otherwise we could be having a lot of things starting to come through as we did this last time around. This gives them an idea. Oh, okay, we're going to have to work for the regular process. So I think this would be a good idea to go with what we've got there with the recommendations from Senator Westrom on tightening up item 3 there.
Thank you. Other comments to our next steps here with this emerging issues policy? Looking online, I don't see any hands up, but I'm going to go to Representative. Let's go to Senator Westrom first, and then we'll come back to you, Representative Heinzman. Senator Westrom.
Madam Chair, I wanted to catch up where we're at. I was looking at something else on my computer, but if if one ear caught it right, are we voting on the criteria or where are we at in the agenda?
Thank you for that question. Staff is interested in having us have consensus on the criteria. I don't know that we need a vote on that. We can if we want to. Representative Heinzman wanted to have a vote on the screening option, but I think we're trying to help staff develop a process for applicants to come forward when they believe they have an emerging issue. And as much guidance as we can give to staff, whether that's through consensus or a motion, I think is good.
And Madam Chair, feel free to go to Representative Heinzman. I'm just looking at the third criteria there, trying to figure out how to just tighten it up a little bit with kind of using the legislative session as maybe the benchmark because that's going to happen every year. So
right. And would you be willing to let staff sort of edit that to include
if
that?
they have a suggestion after Representative Heinzman, I'm open to that too. I might have one in a minute or two here as well.
Thank you. Representative Heinzman.
So again, however we decide this today is totally fine. Just generally assuming that our co-chairs and staff could guide those that are questioning what may or may not be successful in an effort that is now under this new process. Considering our last vote, that it would come before the committee and via email, we could weigh in whether or not it should be brought to the next meeting. I'm just, again, suggesting there's a lot of great folks that are working on this. I have a lot of confidence in staff. Maybe to Representative Fisher's point, that there are those that need some kind of criteria, and it'd be nice just to hand them a sheet of paper that says, does it meet these expectations? I guess to some extent, that's fine. I don't know that we need to vote on that, right? I feel like between staff and the co-chairs, that could be resolved, and just having more sort of in stone criteria could limit us or could limit staff and the co-chairs. Really, the threshold is going to be, is this something that is going to be successful if we put it to the entire LCCMR membership to determine whether it's going to go forward or not? I think generally with this new process, we probably are there. We saw at the last meeting that there was some issues, and I think that I trust staff and our co-chairs to advise applicants as to whether or not something like this could be successful among the LCCMR membership. And I quite honestly have a high degree of confidence that they could develop just a quick cheat sheet of what they generally would expect those expectations to be amongst members.
Thank you. Other comments? I appreciate that. I think that's kind of what they've laid out before us, and I'm not hearing a lot of pushback on any of this. The one thing that maybe we could look at is on page 2, the priorities, emerging issues account funding priorities. Do you have, members, do you have any sense on what you prefer there? The priorities option 1, which is taken directly from our strategic plan, I believe. Is that correct, Director Nash? And so that's already stuff that we've decided on. These are our priorities in funding. And so that's one way that we could set aside which projects should come forward. The other was priority 2. In addition to the stuff up above, it could also address goals and strategies. And then the final one is priorities 3, that there's some rapid risk assessment response or an unexpected effect that might happen. So if members have any comments about those funding priorities, but I appreciate Representative Heinzman. I agree. I think staff did a wonderful job putting this together. It took them time and effort, and they did put a lot of thought into it. And they've come up with something that apparently we like, because we're not really saying, no, don't do that. I'm going to go to Commissioner Beaman and then back to Senator Westrom. Commissioner Beaman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, in the issue or to the point of keeping flexibility, I'm not sure we need a list of priorities that are this detailed. Personally, if we've got some really basic eligibility, which gets them in the door, and then we're voting or we're looking at it as a whole commission about whether we want to hear it or not, we can take these points into account, I think, individually when we decide whether we want to hear it, when we're being polled. But to Representative Heiden's point, keeping it flexible and keeping it less detailed, and that way we're not tripping over words and we're not tripping over, did it fit this number 4 or whatever. So I would support being simpler on that. But I do think it's helpful to give applicants the initial eligibility guidance if in your experience you find that sometimes that's confusing to people.
So maybe the priorities aren't as important to put in a document, because we know they're in our strategic plan and they can refer to that kind of thing. Thanks for that comment. Did I have Senator Westrom?
Madam Chair, I'd be at a point of making a motion to adopt this criteria. my one suggestion on item 3 would just be at the end, add in the language before the next legislative session, period. So basically it's tightening up that timeline. I think it's pretty well worded the way it is. It would just give absolute guidance, I think, to staff and others. So I would make that motion to adopt the criteria as written with the addition of before the next legislative session, period, at the end of item 3.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor from Senator Westrom to adopt the criteria as stated here as in on page 1 of our memo, including adding words on number 3 before the next legislative session. Senator Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for staff. Thanks for putting this together, and you did it at our request. But it's been going back and forth as to what's really needed and what's not. So, given you guys work with this all the time, can you tell us if you believe that you need these documents and to be voted on and put into place? Or if we do, can I get that back? And then also on the $1 million that has to be requested from the legislature, is that ongoing? Is that in statute now that we're going to have that? Or do we have to pre-approve that every year?
Thank you for that question. Director Nash.
Madam Chair and members, and thank you for that question. I think if you, my initial sense, and I'm going to look for some body language from among my collaborators here in this whole endeavor, but my sense is that if you do adopt the eligibility criteria and criteria, that will provide good direction to applicants, so that I think without anything, you might just get 400 proposals, because it looks just like it's wide open, And so I think if you provide some of that eligibility and criteria, I think that will provide direction. I'm not convinced necessarily that the priorities are needed. And so I think we could do without. And then also the $1 million, that's not in statute. The statute provides the option for you to recommend funding every year. And now you decide every year what is an appropriate amount to put into that account. The option that we provide here in the memo is just basically saying that you, the LCCMR, would commit to limit yourself ongoing, because this would be adopted as part of the operating procedures. You would commit that you would only, if you decide to allocate funds, you would only allocate or recommend up to $1 million.
Chose that, Director Nash, thank you. You chose that as a placeholder amount, or?
Yeah, placeholder amount. And that was,
Okay.
I think, maybe also based on what's been more common previously. This most recent year was almost $3 million. That was more than had ever been provided before. So nothing special necessarily about that number.
I do think it was difficult for us to grant out that much money. It was more than we needed, I guess you could say the word needed, or had requests for, perhaps, that met the eligibility. Senator Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So going back to my previous statement, then the money is there for us to use, so we don't have to go back to the legislature to ask again for it. So it's there. We don't necessarily have to say we're going to allocate it. We have it. Correct?
Director Nash.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, no, so the statute enables this to happen, but the funds actually need to be appropriated into the account. And those funds come out of the amount that's available every year for recommendation.
Gotcha. Okay. And
Senator Green.
then, so if I'm hearing you right, your recommendation then, we've already adopted the screening. So your recommendation then would be to maybe amend Senator Westrom's motion to adopt this, the rest of this, except remove the priority section.
Director Nash.
Madam Chair, I think, so the screening option number 1 has been passed. I believe Senator Westrom has made a motion to adopt the eligibility criteria, but it has not yet been voted
Okay.
upon. And then nothing else has been voted upon, I guess. So if you wanted to limit, you could either say you want to support to strike that limit, or you would support to keep that limit in. If you wanted to address that specifically.
No,
Senator
Madam Chair,
Green.
that's fine. I guess when he said to adopt the criteria, I was assuming he meant the rest of the document.
I
If you're
don't-
just doing
yeah.
the one now, okay.
Yep, we're looking at page 1, items 1 through 4 with an edit on number 3. That's the motion on the table. Any other discussion to that motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Senator Green.
if Senator Rushton would accept a friendly amendment onto that to then add into that, unless it already is, because you just said 1 through 4, go right down to the ineligibility options too. Would they be included in that? If not, would he do that?
Mm-hmm. Senator Westrom, would you like to, in addition to the availability option, or excuse me, the emerging issues criteria and eligibility,
Madam Chair, I just need to review them a little closer, but
would you, the ineligibility option is listed, and that would be, those-
another suggestion is, and Senator Green, if you'd be open to it, let's just vote on this one and then move right to the points and you could make the motion.
Okay.
I like that. Thank you. So to the motion, we'll take the roll. I see it's a little afternoon, so we may have to pick this up again after our lunch break. But staff, will you take the roll on the motion?
Albrecht,
Yes.
Albrecht, yes. Her,
Yes.
yes. Jordan,
Yes.
Jordan, yes. Beeman,
Yes.
Beeman, yes. Faber,
Faber, yes.
Faber, yes. Fisher,
Fisher, aye.
yes. Green,
Yes.
Green, yes. Hedstrom,
Yes.
Hedstrom, yes. Heinzman,
No.
Heinzman, no. Langseth,
Langseth, yes.
Langseth, yes. Lily,
Lily, yes.
Lily, yes. McEwen,
Yes.
McEwen, yes. Moore is excused. Putnam,
Yes.
Putnam, yes. Reese,
Yes.
Reese, yes. Scrabba,
Yes.
Scrabba, yes. Westrom,
Yes.
Westrom, yes. Currently, there are 15 yes, 1 no.
That motion prevails. Thank you. I'm going to call a recess for lunch. We will return at 12:35. Thank you for your attention.
And I think,
Keep on.
I believe sandwiches are being assembled at this front table.
Hey, are we taking a picture or something? I just saw the note in the chat.
So, staff can let me know when they're ready to. We are recording and we are broadcasting. We're ready to go again. We're reconvening this meeting of the Legislative Citizen Commission on Minnesota Resources. Here is a hybrid meeting with people in person at the Capitol and also online and streaming on YouTube. So when we left for our recess, we were in the middle of discussing item number 9 on our agenda, which is the updated emerging issues account policy and procedures. We have gotten through quite a few items on this memo, including the account criteria and eligibility that we've supported with the motion, and also the screening option 1 that we've supported with the motion. And I'm just going to ask members if there is any other discussion you'd like to have on this at this time, or if we have given enough information to staff to develop the project, the emerging issues, policies, and procedures. Senator Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we have to approve the ineligibility options?
Do we need to approve the ineligibility options? I'll let Director Nash respond to that.
Madam Chair and members, you, if you don't take action on that, we will proceed with the procedures without it in. We could bring it back for later discussion if you wanted, but for the purposes of the next round of receiving emerging issues proposals, that would not be there.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Senator Green.
I don't know where people stand on it, but I'll make the motion that we adopt that portion of the memo.
So Senator Green moves that under the ineligibility option, that the following efforts are not eligible for funding from the emerging issue account except in extraordinary circumstances where it can be demonstrated how funding is necessary to avoid imminent damage to or loss of an opportunity to protect the environment or natural resources in a timely fashion, including these items which would be ineligible: land acquisition, capital construction, and research. Is that correct, Senator Green? Thank you. To the motion, discussion. Senator Westrom and then Commissioner Reese after that.
Madam Chair, I would just speak in favor of that. I think that's kind of a broad but pretty basic concept that pretty much lays out a nice blueprint for anybody looking. It's hard for me to imagine any of those 3 would have to be on the emerging issues list.
Thank you. Commissioner Reese.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I tend to agree, except for 1 on the research and what that means. You know, if there's a threat of a avian flu or something along those lines, is collecting data, numbers of birds, things like that, consider research? Or I guess there's just some questions there. And I think it's addressed in the sentence prior to that, where that there is the opportunity to fund research if it's an extraordinary circumstance. Is that correct?
Thank you for noting that. I was going to highlight that same thing, that we have the caveat in there that says, except in extraordinary circumstances where it can be demonstrated. So I think that your concern may be covered under that. Other discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll have staff take the roll on the motion to adopt the ineligibility option.
Albrecht.
Yes.
Albrecht, yes. Her.
Oh, yes.
Her, yes. Jordan.
Jordan, yes.
Jordan, yes. Beeman.
Yes.
Beeman, yes. Faber.
Faber, aye.
Faber, yes. Fisher.
Fisher, aye.
Yes. Green. Green, yes. Hedstrom.
Hedstrom, yes.
Hedstrom, yes. Heinsman.
Yes.
Heinsman, yes. Langseth.
Langseth, yes.
Langseth, yes. Lily is excused. McEwen. McEwen. Moore is excused. Putnam.
Yes.
Putnam, yes. Reese.
Yes.
Reese, yes. Scrabba.
Yes.
Scrabba, yes. Westrom.
Yes.
Westrom, yes. Currently, there are 14 yes, 0 no.
Thank you. That motion prevails. Is there anything else that you want to give direction to staff on this memo on emerging issues account policy and procedures? Or you feel that staff has enough information for them to proceed? Representative Scrabba.
Have we done the emerging issues account funding priorities? Do you want to keep going on this or?
Thanks for that question. I think the discussion related around the fact that we don't necessarily need a checklist like that, that is written, because it's already in our strategic plan. So thanks for that question. The only other question that remains, well, I'll go to Commissioner Beaman.
You may be saying the same thing. I was just saying the last category we didn't really talk about was the unspent funds option. and what
Unspent
to do
funds?
About that. And I don't know if people feel the need to articulate their feelings about that, or if we need, what happens to that money now, if it's in what we recommend for the emerging issue, and what happens if it's not spent.
Good question. As a reminder, Director Nash, can you remind us if we do not spend that emerging issue account, as I recall, it reverts back to the Environmental Trust Fund corpus, but I could be wrong.
Madam Chair, that is correct. If it is not spent, it goes back to the corpus. If you wanted to add a provision to provide another opportunity to spend it, you could do so. But this, leaving it, I believe that, I don't know exactly, it's currently in the policy that you have passed. So I think that that extra route would probably be the status quo.
Okay, so sounds like that may have already been resolved by
Well-
current policy.
Yeah, so current policy is option 1.
Okay,
So if you don't, and there are pros and cons to this option, that if you would like, we can weigh in on. But if you prefer not to have that option available, you might want today act on option 2.
so members, are there any questions or comments on that discussion about unspent funds, options 1 and 2? Representative Scrabba.
Thank you. If the emergent issues account funds could be added to an existing environmental natural resource trust fund project that has critical and unexpected need for additional funding, would it still have to use the same criteria that we're using today, adopting today, right?
Good question.
It's still I like always leaving my options open, like, if that's, maybe you could do that rather than being more strict. But at the same, because if the project, even though it's already been funded to do A, and then we found out that we need money for that fund because it's B happened, does it still have to meet the other criteria?
That's a good question because the way it is now, and maybe I'll just let Director Nash address that.
Madam Chair, I don't have an answer. I was going to say that we would appreciate some guidance on that because I think it's not clear. I think it's a very good question. I mean, it does say that, and I'm trying to look for it. I somehow lost my document here. The exact language says that has a critical and unexpected need for additional funding to achieve the goals of the project.
Mhm.
And presumably there's already a time constraint on it because the project's going to expire June 30th. So it's, probably within 6 months, 6 to 9 months, critical and unexpected.
Maybe,
But I don't know that it's.
one that might come to mind for me is, let's say the community is doing a trail connection from the community to the state trail. And they've received funding for that. Great project. And during excavation, they've discovered some cultural resources. And that wasn't part of their budget. And so that would be perhaps a critical emerging need that they might need extra funding for, that one could consider for this funding in my head. So that might be an example of how an existing project might find a need for additional funding during their actual project development. I'm going to go to Commissioner Faber and then I'll come back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to say, for record, I don't recall that we ever have done that. I'm not saying, no, we don't need some type of language like that, but in all the years I've been on, we've managed to use up the funds that we've had. But just so you know, but I understand why it's probably should be in here, so I'm just, right? Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Did I have Representative Scrabble again and then Senator Green?
Yeah, and to go from your point, the need, or they ran into a sewer line that broke or whatever, and it became their issue and their problem, and they don't have the funding, and how to, and again, sometimes it's a double-edged sword. Sometimes I like to leave things more open and less restrictive, where it allows you and allows staff and everyone to say, well, we can wiggle it in because of this. This allows us to do that, rather than saying no and then start all over again, apply next year at the next one. Well, it's too late then. So I guess I'm leaning more towards option one right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Green, did you have additional comment?
Yeah, I don't know where you guys stand. I kind of like option two. If we have to come back anyway, so unless option one is actually giving authority to staff to approve extra money going out, which I don't think it does, there's really no point in that. If we can't just leave the fund there year after year, and then, so for instance, if we had the $1 million available, we didn't spend it, it would still be available the next year. If we can't do that anyway, then we should just turn it back to the account.
Thank you. Are there any other comments on the unspent funds option? And maybe I'm not necessarily hearing consensus. I don't know exactly what you're all thinking. And we don't have to make a decision today. No decision would be that option one would continue to be our go-to. Hearing nothing, I guess we'll.
I'm not going to be here next year, so.
Okay.
Are you going to be here?
I could say one thing.
Okay. I'm going to ask Director Nash if she has any final comments on this.
Chair Albrecht and members, one thing I would say about option one is that we don't have a system right now where we would sort of equitably assess which of the current 400 projects that are funded have that extraordinary need. We don't have a process to get that information necessarily, nor to advance it to you to decide among all the needs, which is the one most worthy. So I would just put that out there for you to consider, that if, and even if it were there, you don't have to act on it. You know, so, but if you did want to act on it at some point, you would have to put some thinking into how we would do that, short of just your knowing that a certain project, or we, because of the status updates that we're receiving and communications that we're having with that particular project, that we would know and bring it before you.
Thank you. Commissioner Reese?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in interest to clarify it, I'll move option two.
So Commissioner Reese has moved option two for unspent funds. If the funds are not spent for an unexpected and urgent need before the start of the legislative session, prior to the emerging issues account appropriation expiration, the emerging issues account funds will return to the Environment and Natural Resources Trust Fund. Questions to the motion? Commissioner Reese.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for the record, I won't be here next year either. So
That's news to me. I didn't know that. All right. Anyone else? Commissioner Beaman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just would agree that I would support that motion. I do think it's simpler, it's cleaner, and it doesn't eliminate any flexibility for us to consider a truly urgent project can come in through the mechanisms we already have in place. So
Thank you. Right. If the funds are not spent, and they could be spent. All right. So to the motion, I'm going to call for the roll.
Albrecht.
Yes.
Albrecht, yes. Her,
Or yes.
yes. Jordan,
Yes.
Jordan, yes. Beeman,
yes.
Beeman, yes. Faber,
Faber, yeah.
Faber, yes. Fisher,
Fisher, aye.
Fisher, yes. Green.
Yeah.
Green, yes. Hedstrom,
Yes.
Hedstrom, yes. Heinzman,
Yeah.
Heinzman, yes. Langseth,
Langseth, yes.
Langseth, yes. Lily is excused. McEwen,
Yes.
McEwen, yes. Moore is excused. Putnam,
Yes.
Putnam, yes. Reese,
Yes.
Reese, yes. Scrabba,
C.
Scrabba, yes. Westrom.
Yes.
Westrom, yes. Currently, there are 15 yes, 0 no.
Thank you. That motion prevails. And with that, I'm going to move us on from the emerging issues unless I see a hand wave that anyone needs any additional comment. Thanks for your very thoughtful discussion on that. And we are going to move on to the next item on our agenda, which is number 10, debrief on 2026 RFP recommendation process. And I believe Director Nash is going to discuss this? No?
No.
No? I'm going to discuss it.
We didn't think we'd get to this point.
We are too doggone efficient. We didn't think we were going to get here. So maybe I'll just ask the question of members. How do you feel this allocation review and, the whole, our process for reviewing of the applications, the evaluation 1, evaluation 2, and then the ability for us to understand what our options were for the final allocation today. So if you have comments, I would take them. Representative Scraba. Oops.
It's been all over. It's okay. From the legislative point, it happened way too soon. We didn't have time you need to give us, when session was over, and then we had the special. I mean, talking to Mike, I'm like, dude, I can't even find time to do my own stuff, let alone this. That was the Achilles heel for me this year. I was like, it was happening way too fast. And
Thank you.
that's it.
Yeah, we get that. And when we set the calendar, that's something that we do consider. And also the potential for a special session is always in the backs of the mind. I know when staff present a potential calendar, so we all felt that and I would agree. Others that have comments on the process that we used for our RFP and recommendations. Commissioner Reese.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is taken in context that I won't be here next year, so it's for the good of the order, I would say. But a couple things, I think overall the process works well. I think the not being able to have a 0 calculated into the allocation amount that members selected, I think you should be able to do that, first of all. So that's the first comment. I'm not sure what the process should be for that. The second is we've already talked considerably about the conflict of interest, but I didn't really understand until this year that declaring a conflict of interest is actually a no vote. That's the way it's calculated because we're looking at the number of members versus, and the denominator does not matter. And so I think I would encourage you moving forward to consider that, whether a conflict of interest is a non-vote or if it's a no vote. And if it's a non-vote, rather than the number of members, it should be the percentage, whether it's 7 out of 16 or whatever it is. I think percentages may be more appropriate in this case. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reese. And that's not the first time I've heard you mention that. So thanks for that reminder. Commissioner Faber.
Just to follow up to that, Commissioner Reese, is that, remember, that wasn't the way it was. Well, you haven't been on quite as long as I have, but it wasn't that way until in the last, probably since about COVID, you know, where, because the thinking was, as I understood it, so when I first got on, you declared your conflict of interest, but because that was just potentially one in the whole package then. For what, and I'm not saying what's right or wrong or whatever, but it wasn't that way. And you still were able to vote on the package. You just were supposed to say abstain or whatever when that was presented or whatever it was. So just my comment. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Reese.
Yeah, that changed, that was statutory change, so we can't really change that. But what I was more referring to is just whether a COI is a no vote or a non-vote. And then there's a difference there because if it is a non-vote, the percentage would increase. If it's a no vote, it's a higher threshold. So you're declaring a conflict of interest already, and then potentially that project proposal would even be further, have a higher bar because it's a no vote.
Thank you. Other comments on this year's project allocation process? Representative Scraba.
On the conflict of interest, to me, it seems unfair because you have one conflict of interest. You can't vote on the whole package. I would try to find a way to pull the conflict of interest ones out where we would vote on them separately. And then that way, the majority of the stuff could get voted on by the member. Like if there's one issue that someone can't vote on, and you can't vote on the whole thing, it's like, really? Because it changes the whole dynamic of what we're trying to do. It's like, can we pull that one and vote on it separately? I'm just like.
Thank you. Thank you for that comment. I think staff is open to all your suggestions that might be helpful in figuring this out. And also if there are legislative fixes that need to be looked at, they're open to those as well. Maybe we'll just put a blanket request out to members to send any kinds of ideas you have on the conflict of interest policy to staff so that in this next half a year, they can take a look at that. And if there are any legislative fixes that we can have members bring those forward. Anything else on the 2026 allocation process? Anything online? I don't see any hands online. One more hand here, Senator Westrom.
Madam Chair, I just echo Representative Scriba's comments, and I think this year maybe accented it. I don't want to say I told you so, but I'll remind anybody that wasn't here, there's one member of this commission last November, December that warned of a special session possibility, and June was just too early. Even just from a legislative perspective, and I've raised this before, this commission used to meet more August, September, October, especially in non-election years, and I still think that would make sense to go back to. Election years, there was always push to move it up into the summer more. Perhaps right after the primary season might be the most appropriate for presentations. With Zoom, I think that has helped the presentation options, so maybe that's not quite as big a deal, but to go through all of these, as Representative Scriba talked about, coming out of a legislative session, dealing with the budget issues that, odds are every other, there's probably a 50-50 chance of a legislative session, a special session in June, typically. So I would urge us to go back to where this used to be calendared, and Bill was around then, and others that have been on this, Representative Lilly, I think would remember it, where we didn't eat up June and July. And for other reasons, those are coveted months in Minnesota because of our weather in the summer. And so I think I would like to see us get back to that. I think the allocation and having the money decided by each of us has been a good process. For those of you that are newer, that is a relatively recent development where we actually have to have some consequence or decisions with our money. We can't just allocate 100 projects and spend $200 million. I think that helps hone in the priority. I would like to see us adjust the numbers. I think there's times that 300,000, I don't think those arbitrary numbers should be selected. I think we should each be able to pick the number we fund the project at and then let it average out in the votes. Right now, you vote for something, you're at 300,000 minimum. You vote no, you don't get counted as much. And so I think there's still some finessing that we need to do on that. And that's what I would like to see happen and work out. But I think it's been moving in the right direction. It makes it easier to have this day. And so I think a lot of positive steps, but I do think the scheduling, just June is too early for both for the summer and coming out of a legislative session and all the things that are backed up. I always say it takes me till September to just catch up on my own stuff at home for work, office, family. And then you add this with 10 or 15 days of meetings, plus the time you have to spend in reviewing it. It is brutal.
Yeah.
And so.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yep. Thanks for those comments. Commissioner Faber?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just, again, remind about context for those that, because I mentioned that at lunch. I mean, 400 proposals, that was 2 years worth before, not that many years ago as some of those that have been here. So that's obscene number of proposals. And again, that's not going to make you feel better, but you wonder then next year, there's a number of different reasons you could think why it may have occurred this year with the loss of federal funding and these other things. But I'm not exactly sure, but it was, I think the funny thing is you think that that's a good thing when you have lots of proposals. That means there's a lot of entities. It's not just the U of M and DNR and stuff, but it was just an insane amount of proposals to have to go through and so on. So thank you.
Thank you. I would agree that with Senator Westrom that improvements since I came on in 21, I want to say, have been just a lot of improvements in our process that has made it much more doable, equitable, and I think we've been able to come to agreement much more quickly. And so I appreciate everybody putting in their suggestions for staff over the last few years. And I think we continue to do that. We'll continue to improve our process, not only for the members, but for the applicants and those folks that bring projects forward and that ultimately are going to preserve, enhance, protect, and expand the natural resources of the state of Minnesota. Do I have one more comment from Senator Westrom?
Madam Chair, one little thing, but very big irritant. Can staff change the way you number? 2026 in front of everything is not a good way to file a project. Flip that number. So the first 3 digits of the identifying are at the front and put the 2026 after if we could, because I just gripe in my office if somebody starts labeling everything letter to tenant, letter to client, letter to, and all of a sudden everything's a letter. So same idea. Just if this is the appropriate time to bring it up, flip that 2026 and the first 3 numbers, because the first 3 are the key numbers that we all want. But otherwise, you're looking at everything, and then you always have to go through that 2026 before you get to the real number. So hope that doesn't change anything, but it would really help the filing system and quickly finding the projects.
Thank you. With that, unless there are any other comments on the process, I will move us on to number 11 on our agenda, which is LCCMR other business. I don't know from staff if there is other business, but I think I'll turn it to Director Nash.
Okay, members, we just wanted to share, I think we mentioned at one of the last meetings that there was a a ribbon cutting event at the Crane Lake project. As one of their primary funders, they awarded I guess it doesn't say LCCMR. They just gave this to us.
Recognized.
Recognize us. Thank you. Recognize us, which is a elevation of Crane Lake itself and a little engraving here that shows where the Crane Lake Visitor Center is. So we thought this was just beautiful.
Send it to the audience.
Oh, sorry, to the audience as well. We thought this was just beautiful and this will go on the walls of the LCCMR office. No.
Thank you, Director Nash. That's a very appropriate and beautiful recognition for the work that you did to fund the Crane Lake Visitor Center. And that one was also a little bit sticky wicket because we had some ownership issues to work through and took more than one meeting and a lot of discussion. Anything else on LCCMR business from staff? No? Anything else from members on LCCMR business? Yes?
The expense.
Oh,
Did everybody get theirs?
that's the important thing. Yeah, your per diem, you need to sign those, please, and leave them here so that we can get them signed and completed for you if you would do that. I was going to hold mine up, but I can't find mine. Anything else? So next on our agenda is public testimony. We did have a testifier available for the conflict of interest issue, but that person never was called up and that's okay. But I don't think we had any other testimony beyond those that were written in our memos and online. With that, our next meeting will be in September when we have our Commissioners on Wheels and we go to North Central to visit some projects. Did you want to say anything about that, Becca?
Madam Chair and members, staff is working diligently on setting up the plans and logistics for that, and we'll be sending out requests for an RSVP to you with some details, asking you if you're going to attend, if you're going to bring somebody with you, if you're going to drive on your own or come on the bus with us. So please look for that and let us know so that we can make the appropriate accommodations.
Thank you. And with that, I'll just say thank you for your attention and grace today for my first time chairing you all. You did a great job with your meeting and we got done very early and I'm excited about that because several of us have to drive north in the traffic and appreciate always getting out early. So with that, I'm going to call us adjourned at 1:10.